Chapter 615. When Earth's players saw Mad God activate the primal chaos domain, they realized that Mad God's improvement was the greatest in these 2 years. And through the mysterious Shadow Stone, humans were fortunate enough to see the battle strength of a Layer 4 in advance. Just the contest of domains before the battle had already caused a phenomenon in heaven and earth. On the execution ground, the decisive battle was about to begin. Although Liu Chun made the 8 Middle Heaven generals attack together, they clearly had their own arrangements. At this time, a Middle Heaven general wearing a strange suit had already made his move. Countless black beetles crawled out of his sleeves. These black beetles covered the ground or flew in the air, almost filling the entire space as they pressed down on Liu Chun. Old Kwang, be careful, these are spirit-devouring beetles. They could devour spirit attacks and are a type of goo worm. Ba Jia is a goo master. Flame Demon shouted behind Liu Chun. Liu Chun had planned to use Great Ravager to deal with these disgusting insects, but after being reminded by Flame Demon, he gave up on this tactic. Haha, Flame Demon, so what if you tell him your demonic sky soul scorching formation can block my spirit-devouring goo group? But he can't. Ba Jia's laughter was sharp and ear-piercing. Your primal chaos domain is only SOSO. It can only eliminate your own negative state, but it can't change the effect of my insect-tied domain. Solipsistic, I heard you are very strong. Your skills almost have no cooldown. Unfortunately, in front of my spirit-devouring beetle nest, no matter how much spirit energy there is, it will be sucked dry by you. Without the support of spirit energy, let's see how you can still be arrogant. At this time, a crisp voice shouted, Uncle Kwang, let me help you. Demonic sky, soul, scorching formation. Liu Chun had planned to do it himself, but after hearing this voice, he stopped. Devin sent out a clone and quickly set up the demonic sky, soul, scorching formation. Soon after, the surrounding ground erupted with pillars of fire. Unfortunately, Devin's attributes were too low. His flames were far from being as fierce and deadly as his father's. The spirit-devouring beetles were not directly burned to death. Instead, they could absorb spirit energy from the flames, causing the flames to be unable to continue and gradually extinguish. Liu Chun looked at the devil race child in surprise, then said with a smile, Not bad. You can use such a strong array formation at such a young age. You are a bit like your father. Speaking of which, Liu Chun was still in the form of an evil child. Demons were tall and big, so Devin was actually a head taller than Liu Chun. However, height was secondary. The key was his temperament. In this aspect, Liu Chun could be considered a competent, crazy uncle. Devin lowered his head in frustration. I can't stop them. I can avenge my father, Liu Chun smiled. No, you have a lot of potential. What you need is time. Old Yin, your son is not bad. He's a piece of good material. Liu Chun and the Flame Demon were sworn friends of life and death, so he naturally valued this child. Moreover, Devin was so sensible. Devin, Uncle will teach you a move. If you don't have enough spirit energy, you don't need to fill all 81 array cores. Concentrate all your pure spirit energy in 10 or even 5 array cores. This way, you can erupt with 10 times the damage for a short period of time. As long as you can protect yourself, that's enough. Ba Jia's eyes widened in anger. Solipsistic was actually teaching him on the spot. Before the Flame Demon left, he had left the demonic sky soul searing array formation to Liu Chun. Although he had never used it before, he had seen the Flame Demon use it and had a general understanding of the characteristics of this cultivation method. The demonic sky, soul, searing array formation was powerful. Besides its high attack power, long duration, and ability to burn the body, it was also flexible and didn't need to fill all 81 array cores. In the past, half of the Flame Demon's avatars had been killed, but he had still activated the demonic sky, soul, searing array. As Liu Chun spoke, he lifted his hand and 5 avatars appeared around him. These avatars were not demon avatars, but avatars used to lay down the demonic sky soul searing array. A moment later, the avatars finished laying down the array. Lu Chun lifted his hand, and pillars of fire shot out from the 5 array cores, shooting straight into the sky. The moment the pillars of fire shot up, the spirit-devouring beetles that were close to the pillars of fire were instantly roasted into dried corpses. Not to mention those that were directly hit by the flames. They had already turned into ashes. Devin was dumbfounded. What powerful damage! This should have already exceeded the upper limit of the cultivation method. Lu Chan faintly smiled. The demonic sky soul searing array uses pure spiritual energy as the price to cause fire damage. Although I've only created 5 pillars of fire, I have poured in even more spiritual energy. This way, the power will naturally multiply. You're still young. In the future, you might encounter opponents that are stronger than you. Study the skills in your hands more. It isn't impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. On this point, Lu Chan could be said to have a deep understanding. Many of his skills were low-level skills, but through variations, they could often achieve unexpected results. Devin was deeply inspired and nodded heavily. The Balrog, who was watching the scene from the side, was astonished. Last time, my avatar was destroyed, so I had no choice but to use half of the array cores to activate the demonic sky soul searing array. He actually expanded it on this basis. By controlling the number of array cores, he can deal with different situations. This guy, to be able to charge up from a place like Earth, he didn't just rely on luck. Aisha looked at Devin with some worry. Cuddy, your friend is teaching Devin. Is it okay? The Balrog ignored his pain and laughed. You don't know how strong he is. I have seen a thing or two. Let's just say one thing. He was able to escape 7,000 to 8,000 meters away from that thing underground. You should have a rough idea. What? You said he escaped from that guy's hands? I just left the demonic sky, soul, searing array to him today. I didn't expect that he would be able to think of such a change before actually using it. Even I am deeply inspired. For Devin to be able to receive his guidance is also his luck. Aisha had never seen her husband praise someone so much. But after thinking about it carefully, she understood. He is indeed different. In such a life and death battle, he still has the mind to give Devin pointers. Although he hasn't completely revealed his strength, this courage is already admirable. As they spoke, Lu Chun tiptoed and patted Devin's shoulder. You go back and take care of your father. Your Uncle Kwong will handle things here. Devin nodded and obediently returned to his parents' side. Lu Chun was amiable towards Devin, but as soon as he turned around, the killing intent in his eyes reignited. I told you to attack together, but you're still waiting for me to exhaust my spiritual chi. It seems that the 8 Central Sky Generals are nothing more than this. Don't waste your time. If you don't attack, you won't have a chance. Goobug, it should be considered a unit. Little Furball, are you interested? Lu Chun raised his hand, and a little white mouse appeared in his hand. Squeak, 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 squeak. Looking at the countless goo bugs, the little fur ball was more excited than usual. It jumped up and down on Lu Chen's hand, its eyes shining. Okay, then I won't burn them. I'll leave them to you. After receiving the order, the little fur ball cheerfully jumped down from Lu Chen's hand. Its body instantly expanded, reaching 70 to 80 meters. Roar! Lu Chun shook his head. Your spirit, devouring goo bug, eats pure spiritual chi? Sorry, but when it comes to eating, no one can compare to this little furball. It eats everything. Chapter 6:16. Facing thousands of spirit-devouring beetles, little furball seemed to have fallen into a gourmet pit as it ate frantically. Even Ba Jiao was dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? Balrog's eyes widened. He had seen little furball before and knew that it was a glutton. However, he had never seen little furball transform, let alone devour parasites. This thing is actually eating parasites. That's a poison that directly affects the body. If it's not digested, the parasites will enter its body and remain dormant for a long time. Lu Chen was not worried. If little furball said it could eat, then it could eat. As for whether it could digest, there was no need to worry at all. After all, it was a guy that could topple the Jiuqian. The beetle tide seemed to have met its natural enemy. Seeing little furball, They did not even have time to escape, let alone attack. Little Fur Ball had caused the entire beetle tide to collapse. Although Little Fur Ball was eating happily, it did not get carried away. It stood beside Lu Chun the entire time. With it around, the beetle tide did not dare to approach. Lu Chun calmly walked to the opposite side. Looks like your plan to eat my pure spiritual energy is going to fail. What are you waiting for? After saying that, Lu Chun pulled out the infinite celestial demon sword from the void. The moment the infinite celestial demon sword was pulled out, everyone suddenly felt their weapons vibrate slightly. It's the power of an artifact spirit. Zhong Tian General was also very knowledgeable and quickly identified this reaction. However, soon, everyone's attention was focused on Holy War Demon Lord, who was watching from the side. At this moment, Holy War Demon Lord had his head lowered. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the Sky Splitter axe in his hand in disbelief. The Sky Splitter axe made a buzzing sound as its entire body trembled violently. What? Even the Sky Splitter axe is affected by the power of that sword's artifact spirit. Impossible. The Sky Splitter axe is a semi-divine artifact, one of the top 5 in the entire fourth heaven. Even if other semi-divine artifacts appeared, it would not have such a reaction. What kind of weapon is that in Solipsistic's hand? On Earth, all the major livestream channels were flooded with all kinds of comments. Mad God changed his weapon. What weapon is that? It's so cool. Have you seen the weapons of the others? It reminds me of Mad God's 9 wings. As long as 9 wings is present, all other mounts will submit to him. I didn't think that even Mad God's weapon would have such an attribute. Could this be the legendary chi of a monarch? This weapon should be immortal grade, right? Moreover, it should be a top-notch weapon even among the immortal grade weapons. After all, the players on Earth were not knowledgeable enough. In their understanding, top-notch celestial weapons were already the best weapons. At this moment, the Holy War Demon Sovereign suddenly raised his head, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. You actually made the Sky Splitter axe volunteer to fight. Ha! Solipsistic, you have a good weapon. Lu Chun coldly snorted. Don't worry. Wait until I've dealt with these minions. Then we'll settle our accounts. Having said that, Lu Chun moved. Ghostly shadows. The 8 mid-heaven generals quickly reacted. Everyone, be careful of his weapon. Spread out and restrain him. Ranged attackers, attack with all you've got. Cripple his ghost shadow first. A golden light exploded in the field. Vast Buddha's light can directly cause ghost, illusions, and doppelgangers to dissipate. At the same time, it increases damage to underworld units by 60% and increases physical defense and elemental resistance by 40%. With a boom, Lu Chen's 300 ghost shadows were instantly killed. Kid, doppelgangers are useless in front of me. I'll make sure you have nowhere to hide. Golden light blinds. Golden body taunt. The Golden Light Battle Buddha quickly moved in front of Lu Chun and activated the taunt skill. Perhaps the Golden Light blinds had damaged Lu Chen's vision, causing him to be unable to dodge the taunt skill's range, and was caught by the Golden Light Battle Buddha. Golden Body Taunt increases physical defense by 200%, HP by 50%, battle recovery by 30,000 HP per second, body strengthening. Reduces physical damage by up to 80% for 7 seconds. Got him. Attack immediately. At the offline base of the Wild Waves Guild, everyone's hearts were hanging by a thread when they saw this scene. This taunt skills buff is so strong. Who is the guild leader facing? Why are all of them so strong? What does it mean by physical damage? Could it be that this competition will directly affect the physical body in the real world? This is too scary. Not good. The guild leader has been taunted for 7 seconds. It'll be troublesome if he gets focused on. Since they had taunted the Solipsistic, it would be strange if they did not focus on him. The other 7 people quickly attacked. Thunder Sky Shaker Arrow. 7 seconds is enough to kill him. Blade Storm. Shatter the mountains and rivers. Charge up. Be careful not to kill him directly. The Great Sky General wants us to cut him into pieces and leave him with one breath. Wrath of wind and thunder, sky thunder collapse. The culmination general's attack was indeed extraordinary. Their skills once again caused the scene to change. Continuous lightning flashed across the sky, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. It pierced through the clouds from afar and arrived above Lu Chen's head in a moment. Seeing that the heavenly thunder was about to fall and hit Lu Chen's head. At the same time, the Imperial Sword, Divine Descendant, Gu Master, and Elemental Mage charged up their skills and were about to attack. But at this moment, Lu Chen shouted in a low voice, "Put him to death! Dragon Blood Boil! Primal Chaos Attack! Flash Shoot! Rapid Attack!" Lu Chen's HP instantly collapsed, leaving only 1/10. And at this moment, the taunted Lu Chen stabbed at the Golden Light Battle Buddha. -18 million, double critical hit, -2. 23 million, poisoned, -2. 23 million, poisoned, -2. 27 million, earth elemental damage. One attack, 4 segments of damage, 24 million damage. But Lu Chen's normal attacks were always 5 consecutive hits, including 1 triple critical hit, causing 140 million damage. At the same time, the opponent was stunned, silenced, slowed, and their pure spirit chi dropped rapidly. The monk who had activated Golden Light Taunt was left with only a quarter of his HP. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. This guy's HP was too high, 170 million HP. Even if this guy was the Golden Light Battle Buddha with the longest HP, his HP was actually 4 times his own. He was really strong. The demon race was indeed worthy of being a race that could directly enter Jiutian from the 4th layer of heaven. Lu Chen was shocked by the opponent's HP, but the others were even more shocked. Ba A's brain short-circuited when he saw this. It wasn't rare for the demon race to deal over 100 million damage. The demon race was very powerful in the first place. Some of them had obtained some kind of opportunity that greatly increased their attributes. Coupled with some powerful cultivation techniques, they could also stack their statuses multiple times. But the difference was this guy was using a normal attack. He directly insta-killed the Golden Light Battle Buddha who had activated Taunt. What kind of heaven-defying damage is this? How can a human deal such high damage? Ba A, don't just stand there, heal him. Quick! Although Ba A was a Gu Master, he was a Gu Master who had changed his profession from alchemist, so he naturally knew how to heal. Great Earth Rejuvenation. However, not only was Lu Chen's attack high, his attack speed was also extremely terrifying. The moment Ba A raised his hand, Lu Chen's second attack had already landed on the monk. Even if Great Earth Rejuvenation was added, the monk would still die without a doubt. This time, the monk could no longer endure the 5 consecutive attacks. His chest was directly pierced through by Limitless Sword, and he flew backwards, nailed to the stone pillar beside Sacred Battle Buddha Venerable. Lu Chen grabbed at the air, and Limitless Sword of Demonic God shot out and returned to his hand. With a loud bang, a bolt of lightning several meters in diameter descended from the sky, blasting towards Lu Chen and that mage. 9 void steps. Lu Chen hurriedly dodged. This bolt of lightning had already been forewarned, so Lu Chen had no difficulty dodging it. After accumulating strength for so long, it's only at this level. Lu Chen snorted coldly, but when he turned around, he found something wrong. That mage was floating in the air, his body flashing with lightning, like a thunder god descending to the world. His divine might was awe-inspiring. Behind him, a large amount of lightning struck his body, but not only did it not kill him, it even caused his body to explode with lightning. Solipsistic, my demon race, is actually a place where you can come and go as you please. Today, I will turn you into dregs. Lu Chen took a deep breath. The demon race was indeed strong. Every heaven general had considerable strength, and this wind thunder was even stronger than Dongfang Ji's Jiutian thunder. Chapter 617. Lu Yi couldn't wait to run to her brother's room, but the last time her brother fainted, She knew in advance the cruelty of the high heavens. Her appearance now might affect her brother's performance. They were only separated by a wall, but she couldn't visit her brother. This made Lu Yi feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. "Brother, what kind of monsters are you facing now? Nothing must happen." Lu Yi prayed silently. When the players on Earth saw the battle of level 4, it completely exceeded their understanding of the strong. My God, this is already beyond the reach of human strength. Every opponent is like a god. Thunder God? Is that guy a prophet? Are prophets so strong in the later stage? What later stage? Mad God is only at level 4 now, not even half of Jiotian. At most, he's at the early stage. But prophets can borrow the power of nature. It's really terrifying. While the players were discussing the battle scene, Solipsistic also moved. 9 void steps. As soon as he took a step, a vortex formed under his feet, and the surrounding electricity was directly absorbed into the vortex. What is that, a vortex? Holy War Demon Master's eyes widened. While moving, he absorbed the opponent's skill damage, dodging and counteracting the damage at the same time. He had never seen such a displacement skill before. The second step, stepping on the void, Lu Chun had already risen into the air. I'm all ears. Lu Chun grabbed the void with one hand. Deep Thunder, be careful. Although prophets had huge long-range damage and AoE abilities, their melee abilities were weaker than archers, and they didn't have recovery abilities. Lu Chun had already shown the effect of being all ears before, forcefully pulling the opponent in front of him, which was quite domineering. Combined with his terrifying melee damage, it was definitely not a wise choice to let him get close. At this moment, several long-range attacks came. Lu Chun didn't even look back. He took the third step, 9 void steps, and caused these skills to be severely offset. At the same time, he got closer to Deep Thunder. Does he have an eye on the back? How can he dodge so accurately? The spectators below the stage were puzzled. Lu Chun was no longer using the Eye of the Gods of Darkness. Instead, he was using an immortal-grade magic treasure that was even stronger than the Eye of the Gods of Darkness, the Heavenly Gaze. Dodging those long-range attacks was naturally not a problem. Don't play maglev with me. Get down. Lu Chun growled and grabbed at Deep Thunder. Solipsistic, don't think that I'm a pushover. Do you really think I'm afraid of you getting close to me? You've been tricked. Thunder and lightning, forbidden zone. Suddenly, Lu Chun was squeezed by 2 huge forces, and his body was temporarily unable to move. At the same time, Lu Chun's listen attentively captured the hidden thunder, and it quickly shot toward Lu Chun. Do you really think that the demon heavenly generals are useless? I'll let you have a taste of the power of a melee mage. Lightning attribute, celestial body. Infusion of heavenly lightning. Countless lightning bolts bombarded Yu Lei's body. That person had already been struck by hundreds of lightning bolts. His back seemed to be blooming with a flower of lightning. Even the people of the demon race were shocked. Oh my God, what is he doing? Can someone withstand such a terrifying infusion of heavenly lightning? It's already more than 100 heavenly lightning bolts. His lightning attribute, celestial body, has already reached 2 stars. In terms of the combat strength of his body, Yu Lei is already worthy of the title of number 1 among the heavenly generals. I can already imagine that the damage of heavenly general Yu Lei's next attack will reach an unimaginable level. The lightning bolts had already struck Yu Lei as a flame demon. At this time, his body gradually lost its physical form. A pair of white eyes stared at his prey like the god of death. Solipsistic, go to hell. Thunder God, slaying slash. Yu Lei's body turned into a bolt of lightning. Using the pulling force of his capture, his speed increased explosively, and he shot toward Lu Chun. Ba Jia frowned. Yu Lei has already cultivated a lightning attribute, celestial body. Combined with the Thunder God's slaying slash, it's too terrifying. It seems that Yu Lei is already a strong competitor for the next heavenly general position, another person said. This guy hid his strength well. If it wasn't for the battle with Solipsistic, I really wouldn't have known that he's already so strong. Now we don't need to do anything. Flame Demon's eyes were about to pop out. Under such an attack, Solipsistic wouldn't be able to survive. Old Kwang. After all, the demon race was a super strong race. Their foundation was far superior to that of the human race. Moreover, the demon race had been passed down for thousands of years. In reality, they already had an extremely strong physical body. If it were a human race, it would take a long time to cultivate to be able to withstand such a powerful heavenly lightning infusion. Uncle Kwang. Devin was so nervous that he didn't dare to watch the battle. Don't die. On Earth, countless people saw this scene and had already forgotten to continue sending bullet comments. A guide suddenly sent a message. Mad God is going to die. In Huasia's United Front Command Center, Lin Hai was holding a cup of coffee. Although I don't like to drink this stuff, coffee is still better when it comes to refreshing myself. Lin Hai looked up and saw the scene in the video. At this moment, he was frozen in place. The cup of coffee in his hand had already been turned over, but he didn't react at all. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the screen. Lu Chun. The Lightning Forbidden Zone wasn't a domain or barrier-type skill. Instead, it was an AoE control skill. Under the effects of the Primal Chaos domain, it could control Solipsistic. Currently, Lu Chun was like a target, suspended in midair and unable to move. Meanwhile, after absorbing an unknown amount of lightning, the mutated race member gathered a large amount of energy and transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot towards Lu Chun. No one doubted that Hidden Thunder would miss this attack. Right now, there was only one thing that everyone doubted. Could Solipsistic survive this attack? Lu Chun's body was firmly stuck, as if some kind of force field was forcefully suppressing his body. Seeing that the opponent's killing move was about to arrive, Lu Chun's dual-colored eyes glowed with a golden-green light, as if they were about to explode. Doppelganger. More than 30 doppelganger suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Lu Chun's real body. Lightning-shocking thunder arrived. Starting from the first doppelganger, deity, slaying thunder silently pierced through their bodies at an extremely fast speed. How much damage can your doppelganger block? Naive. Break for this daddy. In the blink of an eye, the doppelganger was killed. Just as he arrived in front of Lu Chun's real body, he saw a pair of fiery eyes. Void shattering. With a loud boom, the two ultimate skills collided head-on at this moment. A white ball of light exploded in the sky. The surging energy didn't have time to spread out and formed a huge ball of light, engulfing the two of them. The strong light blinded everyone's eyes. Earth's live broadcast room was filled with white screens. Brother. Lu Yi's voice was hoarse. Her brother was just next door, so she didn't dare to shout too loudly. However, she couldn't hold it in any longer. With a clang, the coffee cup in Lin Hai's hand fell to the ground and shattered. Lin Hai blankly said, Lu Chun, are you still alive? Chapter 6:18. After the white ball of light accumulated a huge amount of energy, it finally exploded. The surging spiritual energy rushed out in all directions. The storm swept over, and people could not stand steadily. However, the first thing everyone did when they opened their eyes was not to care about the terrifying aftershock. They tried hard to look at the sky. At this time, Yulei's thunder astral body had been beaten out of its original form. Lu Chun's fist had blasted a big hole in his body. His body was already incomplete, and even his internal organs were gone. Yu, why are you so strong? It's impossible for a human to be so strong. Lu Chun did not speak. Yulei's body fell from the sky. Lu Chun was not much better off. He felt the same time as Yulei. Lui did not care so much anymore. She rushed to her brother's room. When she saw her brother in the gaming cabin, Lu Yi covered her mouth in horror. At this time, Lu Chun was bleeding from his 7 orifices. There were black burn marks on his arms, and his whole body was trembling. In the eyes of others, Mad God killing Yulei was quite amazing. However, only Lu Yi knew how serious Lu Chun's physical injuries were. This was reality, not Jiuqian. Brother, Lu Yi cried as she rushed out of the gaming cabin. It was this shout that woke up Lu Chun, who had almost fainted. As he fell, Lu Chun saw the Flame Demon's family. Diwen threw himself into his mother's arms. He could not bear to look anymore. The flame demon's bloody eyes were wide open. He was heartbroken. If he fainted like this, they would definitely die. Therefore, he could not lose yet. Lu, don't open the cabin door, Lu Chun said weakly. I can go offline now. Also, my battle is not over yet. In the Jiuqian, Lu Chen's eyes widened. He flipped in the air and landed on the ground. Please note that your physical injuries have reached 48%. Your maximum health has decreased by 48%. You can no longer use skills such as Shatter the Void, 9 Steps in the Void, Splitting Hua Mountain, and other skills. For Lu Chun, a 48% physical damage wasn't too high. However, because it was caused by a single attack, it was normal for him to faint after suffering such a violent attack. However, it would be troublesome if he couldn't use many of his skills, including Lu Chen's usual skills and trump cards. Old Quan, you're not dead. The Balrog looked at Lu Chun in shock. You crow's beak, I won't die yet. Lu Chun shook his head. With a turn of his head, he had already charged towards the other Central Heaven generals. You're already in this state, yet you still dare to come and seek death. Just at this moment, a saber light came from afar and cut the several dozen meter tall execution platform in half. At the same time, it stopped Lu Chun. Everyone looked in the direction of the saber light in shock. There, a tall man tore off his cloak. Great heavenly general. The Holy War Demon Sovereign walked up to the execution platform and said to the other 6 Central Heaven generals in a deep voice, I've already lost 2 capable generals. You still need to command the army. We can't lose anymore. Even though the great heavenly general was powerful, he couldn't turn the tide of the battle between the 9 camps by himself. These 8 Central Heaven generals also shouldered the heavy responsibility of command. If they lost too many, even if they managed to take down the solipsistic in the end, the gains would definitely not make up for the losses. Solipsistic, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Do you still want to resist? Lu Chun snorted coldly. Great heavenly general, what a scheme. You waited for me to be seriously injured before you dare to come on stage. TSK, TSK, TSK. How brave. Do you think your provocation will work on me? On the battlefield, you have to be unscrupulous. I only have one goal, and that is to win, whether it's the battle between the 9 camps or the battle with you. Only the victor has the right to protect what he wants to protect. What's the use of the defeated, no matter how glorious they are? As a great heavenly general of the demon race, everything I do is for the benefit of the demon race. I don't care what you say to me. Lu Chun originally wanted to mock Demon Sovereign Hallowed, but after hearing these words, he put away his frivolous attitude. Demon Sovereign Hallowed might be his mortal enemy, but he also had the determination to protect the demon race. If he were a demon, then with such a great heavenly general overseeing him, he would feel incomparably reassured. Solipsistic, the battle between you and me has nothing to do with personal grudges. It's just that we have different standpoints. Demon Sovereign Hallowed said, What I'm thinking about is the safety of my people. As for you, you're only trying to show off your strength for your own selfish desires. You don't have the qualifications to compare with me. Lu Chun smiled and shook his head. Although you don't understand me very well, you can at least be considered an opponent worthy of respect. Very good. In this battle, I will do my best. Do your best? In your current state, even if you do your best, you won't have the slightest chance of winning. And if I win, Demon Sovereign Hallowed faintly smiled. Win? Let's not talk about you winning. If you can withstand my attack, then I will admit that Ifrit hasn't betrayed our race. Behind him, Ifrit's eyes widened. To him, these words held far too great a significance. He was originally a person who cared deeply about honor and glory. For Lu Chun, he had given up everything. Moreover, if he could wash away the sin of betraying his race, Isha and Divin would no longer be controlled by others. Lu Chun smiled. He had been waiting for these words. Old Flame, it looks like you have a chance to make a comeback. But anyone could see that Lu Chun was severely wounded and the great heavenly general's strength was unfathomably deep. In this situation, they could only gamble on a single move. In a frontal collision, Solipsistic would almost certainly die. Old Kwang, don't worry about me. Don't gamble with him. No one can withstand his attack. Not even your shattering the void. Lu Chan faintly smiled. How do you know if you don't try? This is your only chance. In the future, you won't need to wander around with me. Uncle Kwang, don't gamble. The Holy War Demon Sovereign's attack is too terrifying. You can't withstand it right now. Divin looked sadly at Lu Chan. Lu Chan turned and walked over. He took out the Eye of the Dark Gods from his backpack. Divin, I came here in a hurry. Uncle Kwang doesn't have anything to give you. Although this treasure is only dark gold, it's very useful. Uncle Kwang will give it to you. Uncle Kwang, remember, skills are dead, but people are alive. You will definitely be stronger than your father in the future. Divin cried sadly. Uncle Kwang, you must go? Lu Chan faintly smiled. Didn't your father teach you that a man should take responsibility for himself? Uncle Kwang also thinks so. Old Kwang, Ifrit's heart was filled with pain. I implicated you. If you hadn't left with me in prison, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Lu Chan faintly smiled and patted Ifrit's shoulder. What are you saying? They want me to join the Immortal Army, so I'll join? Instead, I should be thanking you. You made me understand that every race has their own beliefs. Every race has people like you who could become good brothers. I'm not fighting for you in this battle. I'm fighting for my own beliefs. Sister-in-law, if I win, take good care of Old Flame. With that, Lu Chun turned around and stood in front of the Holy War Demon Sovereign. The Holy War Demon Sovereign narrowed his eyes. Lowly human, it wasn't easy for you to reach this step. As a sign of respect for the strong, I won't show you any mercy. I will use my strongest attack to end your life. Lu Chun coughed several times and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Raising his head, Lu Chen's eyes shone with a green light. Holy War, you're wrong. Lowly? No, the human race is not lowly. Compromise is the root of lowly, and I will never compromise. Chapter 619. One move to determine the outcome. In this battle, Lu Chun and Demon Venerable Holy War had yet to make a move, but their respective weapons were already restless. The sky-splitting axe let out a rare buzz. The godly demon sword seemed a little displeased by the opponent's provocation, and the weapon spirit's power was even more ferocious than before. What are these two weapons? My immortal weapons attributes are fluctuating in front of these two weapons. We all know that the sky-splitting axe is a semi-divine weapon, but what weapon is that in Solipsistic's hand? Why does it feel like the sky-splitting axe wants to challenge that sword? Could it be a divine weapon? Impossible. There are no true divine weapons in the fourth heaven. Demon Venerable Holy War narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the first time someone could make the sky-splitting axe so excited. He snorted coldly and raised the sky-splitting axe with one hand. Demonic power, primordial awakening. With a boom, Demon Venerable Holy War's body suddenly expanded several times, and he was more than 10 meters tall. Demonic aura surged around him, and his majestic body was like a war god. No way, the great celestial general actually used demonic power. This is the first time I've seen the great celestial general use demonic power. His demonic power can actually awaken the power of the primordial demon clan. The primordial demon clan is the strongest demon clan. Solipsistic is definitely going to lose. At the same time, the sky-splitting axe in Demon Venerable Holy War's hand expanded several times, and his entire body was shrouded in black mist. Holy King's sky-splitting axe, destruction of heaven and earth. For a moment, the sky changed color, dark clouds rolled, and wild winds raged. It was just the charging stage, but this move had already triggered a phenomenon. A thunderous rumble rang out, as if the heavens and earth were enraged by someone using such a disrespectful move. The thunder exploded in the hearts of countless people, making them tremble with fear. My God, using destruction of heaven and earth in the primordial awakening state, is the great celestial general serious? The fortress protective formation is going to be destroyed. I saw this move 30 years ago. Back then, Demon Sovereign Holy War was running for the position of Great Celestial General. At that time, he was fighting against the heartless inferior demon, who was known as the strongest demon of his generation. Everyone thought that Demon Sovereign Holy War would lose. However, at the end of the battle, Demon Sovereign Holy War used ancient awakening and destruction of heaven and earth to instantly kill the heartless inferior demon. A demigod artifact should be able to evolve. 30 years have passed, and the Sky Splitter Axe has been fighting everywhere. It has improved quite a bit. Furthermore, the strength of the Holy War has long since changed. Now that it is using this move again, it is no longer on the same level as before. When Solipsistic fought with Yulei, he almost died. He should have used up most of his trump cards. His body was damaged. I just want to ask, where did he get the courage to agree to a gambling battle with a great celestial general? Seeing the Holy War Demon Venerable's moves, the Earth players were dumbfounded. Is this the strength of a fourth celestial layer? Oh my God, if I didn't have the opportunity to see Mad God in action, I would never believe it. It's like a battle between gods. Where is the pinnacle of strength in the nine heavens domain? In this world, no, in this universe, other than gods, who can block such a terrifying move? Mad God. Lu Qin's black robe fluttered in the wind. The great celestial general of the demon race should already be at the peak of the fourth celestial layer. And this move, heaven and earth destruction, proved that the Holy War Demon Venerable was indeed a genuine superpowerhouse. However, Lu Qin's expression was calm at this time. The harsh environment around him couldn't shake his calm heart. He didn't expect that in the midst of a life-and-death battle, he would comprehend another state, calm and collected. His hatred for the great celestial general had faded. The Holy War Demon Venerable was just fulfilling his duty, so why should there be hatred? Wasn't it the same for the entire demon race? Wasn't it the same for the myriad races? Clasping his hands in front of his chest, Lu Qin closed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, the heavenly eye automatically flew out and landed on his forehead. Heavenly eye opened. The heavenly eye on Lu Qin's forehead suddenly opened. At this moment, he seemed to feel the spiritual energy circulating in the surrounding wind. After capturing this spiritual energy, Lu Qin took a deep breath and offset it with the opposite spiritual energy. The wind around him stopped. In the storm, only this side was pure land. Nirvana rebirthed 2 times. Lu Qin directly skipped the death stage and took the initiative to waste 2 chances of rebirth. Flames ignited around him. In the flames, Lu Qin's figure became blurry. When he opened his eyes again, the golden light and green fog in Lu Qin's eyes dissipated, and his original clear eyes were restored. The Mad God's eyes have changed. Is he still in the state of celestial demon symbiosis? It should be. It's impossible for him not to use his strongest state in the battle against the great celestial general. It's just that his state of mind has changed. The dual-colored eyes of the celestial demon symbiosis seem to be a manifestation of 2 emotions, but he seems to be controlling his emotions. That person was right. It was impossible for Lu Qin not to use the celestial demon symbiosis in the battle against the Holy War Demon Venerable. The manifestation of the celestial demon symbiosis was not the dual-colored eyes. For example, sometimes when Lu Qin was angry, his eyes would emit green fog, which was actually a manifestation of his emotions. At this time, when his heart was as still as water, he could naturally control his emotions. Of course, this was only a battle state, a state of mind in battle. A calm heart could only help him be more stable in battle, but it could not help him win. Azura, doppelganger. Lu Qin's body first turned into a 3-headed, 6-armed state, and then quickly divided into 3 identical bodies. What kind of doppelganger skill is that? It doesn't seem to be an illusion. Impossible. How can there be such a doppelganger skill? It should be an illusion. Perhaps only when Yinran and the others were here could they see that this move was Azura's 3-headed, 6-armed state. 3 doppelganger of the real body. After Lu Chun obtained the Azura Sarara, which was upgraded from the Sarara beads, he obtained this rare doppelganger skill. Unfortunately, they did not have the chance to watch this live broadcast. At the same time, the Holy War Demon Venerable finished charging, and the three Lu Chun stared at each other. The final blow was coming. "Break for me!" The Holy War Demon Venerable roared, and at the same time he attacked, he used the flash skill and instantly appeared in front of Lu Chun. Whether you're a doppelganger or a real body, you will be turned into dust under the destruction of heaven and earth. Die. The three Lu Chuns had almost the same expression. Their nostrils flared, their eyes widened, and their faces instantly turned ferocious. Shatter the void, triple strike. Wuji's sword was very depressed. He was already prepared for battle, but in the end, his boss actually used his fists. The three Lu Chuns punched at each other at the same time. With a collective explosion, the fortress wall 100 meters away collapsed. The shock wave, produced by the collision of powerful forces, was transmitted from the execution platform under their feet to the ground. The whole ground shook violently like an earthquake. Everyone, including the 6 surviving central heavenly generals, had to circulate their spiritual energy and use their methods in order to stand firm amidst such tremors. Isha used a spiritual power shield to protect her master, Fire Demon, and Devon, but they were the closest to the battlefield and were directly sent flying by the aftershock. The dark clouds in the sky were split in half from the middle and scattered to the sides. On Earth, Lu, he only saw her brother in the game cabin, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, which completely covered the glass window of the game cabin. Chapter 620. Li Muhua rushed to Lu Chen's villa with a group of military doctors. Li Muhua was also anxious, but he was still calm. "Lu, don't worry. The medical team is on their way, and they have a lot of equipment. As long as Lu Chen comes out, he can receive the best treatment. However, we can't open the hatch now. If we do, it will cause damage to Lu Chen's brain. That would be troublesome. I didn't expect the battle in the 4th layer of heaven to affect reality so obviously. Let's see how Lu Chen is doing in a live broadcast." "Brother, don't let anything happen to you." Louis couldn't help but cry. Now, they could only understand Lu Chen's situation from the live broadcast. The 300 live broadcast rooms were strangely quiet, and the screen was still in chaos. The direct collision between the two superpowerhouses had already caused the Devil Race's stronghold to collapse. After a full 2 minutes, the image finally became clear. What people saw was only ruins. As for the execution platform, it no longer existed. My God, what kind of destructive power is this? It's too scary. What about Mad God? Is he still alive? Please, you must live. I don't care if you betray the clan or not. I admire you for daring to break into the demon fortress alone to save your friend. Lin Hai's coffee had spilled all over the floor. He put the teacup on the table and walked to the big screen with the others. "Lu Chun, you must live. I believe you won't betray the clan. I know what kind of person you are. Please don't die." Beside Lin Hai, the iron blood Great Wall's heart was in his throat. "You can't die. You are our hope." Old Kwong. Balrog struggled to stand up and rushed into the ruins with his family. "Old Kwong, don't die. You're so tough. You won't die, right?" Balrog looked around. Aisha and Devon tried to push away the broken tiles. Not far away, a thick arm pushed away the stone. Everyone's eyes were focused on that hand. It's the great divine general. He's still alive. The Holy War Demon Venerable pushed away the stone on his body and staggered out of the ruins. Green blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. His left arm was missing, and there was a huge hole under his left rib. "Great Heavenly General!" Bajia and the others rushed over to help him up, but the Great Heavenly General pushed them away. He didn't say anything and just stared into the distance. The Balrog's arms were broken, but following Holy War Demon Sovereign's gaze, he seemed to sense something. "Aisha, Devon, quick there!" Isha and Devon hurriedly rushed over and pulled open a few thick stone pillars on the ground. Sure enough, there was a person lying under the ruins. "Uncle Kwong, Devin hurriedly pulled Lu Chen out. Old Kwong, the Balrog, rushed over. Aisha, take a look at him. Aisha checked Lu Chen's breathing and looked at the flame demon in disbelief. He's still breathing. It's just that his injuries were too severe and he fainted. The flame demon's chest heaved violently. He stood in front of Lu Chen and glared at the holy war demon sovereign. If anyone dares to come over, I, the flame demon, will fight them to the death. And me. Devin stood beside his father, clenching his fists. The holy war demon sovereign indifferently looked at the two people. Flame demon, you didn't misjudge him. The flame demon looked at the holy war demon sovereign in confusion. The holy war demon sovereign's condition wasn't good either. His complexion was dim and blood constantly seeped out from the corners of his mouth and ears, especially the wound below his left rib. It was nearly fatal. In order to save a demon, he actually went to such lengths. This already proves what kind of person he is. The holy war demon sovereign's voice was weak, his gaze never leaving the dying demon. From the moment his eyes became clear, I already knew that what this person sees is different from what we see. Perhaps in his eyes, there is no difference between races, no difference between friend and foe. All he has ever done is protect his beliefs. The holy war demon sovereign suddenly laughed, a trace of self-mockery in his voice. In the vast nine heavens realm, we are nothing more than insignificant existences. But I never imagined that there would be someone who wouldn't compromise with the world. And he is actually the weakest human. After saying this, the holy war demon sovereign looked at the shadow stone in the sky. Earthlings, you should be proud to have such a brave warrior. After saying this, the holy war demon sovereign lowered his head, turned around, and staggered away. Flame demon, restore your family's reputation. If you have any medicine, hurry and give it to him. Don't let him die. Flame demon was dumbfounded. How did things suddenly become like this? Holy war, wait. You mean in your battle just now, you? The holy war demon sovereign stopped and took a deep breath. I lost. He still had a life-locking skill that saved his life, but he deliberately missed and spared my life. The entire audience was shocked. The demons were shocked. The holy war demon sovereign had personally admitted defeat. This man who had never been defeated in a one-on-one battle had actually lost. The earthlings were shocked. Mad God had won. But thinking back, in that moment of life and death, Mad God actually didn't kill him and deliberately spared the holy war demon sovereign's life. Not only did Mad God win the final battle, but he had also won the respect of his opponent. Li Muhuan nearly went crazy. Oh my God, this guy actually went easy on him at that time? He's crazy. Why is it that every time I watch him fight, he scares me half to death? Li Muhua turned back to look at Lu Chen in the game cabin. Through the blood-colored glass, that guy's chest was still rising and falling, indicating that he still had signs of life. My God, you brat. You'll feel uncomfortable if you don't give us a heart attack. Lu, he was still worried about her brother's safety. Then are we going to save my brother now? At this moment, someone hurried in from outside the door. Lu Yi recognized this person. It was the guide of their wild waves. His ID was Zhue Guang. Zhue Guang? You? Li Muhua was shocked. Lu Chen's house was protected by the military. There were even military personnel guarding outside. How could a stranger enter? He only knew now. Thinking of Lu Chen and Lu Yi's safety, Li Muhua quickly pulled out his gun and aimed at the newcomer. Stop! How did you get in? Looking at the black muzzle, Zhue Guang smiled. Since I can come in, do you think that thing in your hand is useful to me? Li Muhua frowned. What do you mean? Don't tell me you're invulnerable? More or less, Zhue Guang said leisurely. I'm here to take a look at his condition. I'm also here to tell you that it's even more important not to move him out of the game cabin now. In the game, it's forbidden to reveal information about the high-level heavens. I have no choice but to come offline to tell you. In the fourth heaven, there are a lot of physical damage skills. The demon lord's heaven and earth destruction must be the same. However, you don't have to worry. Since Solipsistic is still alive, and the Demon Lord has already admitted defeat in Jyotian, as long as he receives treatment in the game, the effects will be reflected in reality. With Earth's current technological level, you won't be able to heal him. He can recover in the game. Hearing Zhui Guang say that Lu Chen was fine, Lu Yi was slightly relieved. However, she looked at Zhui Guang again. No, you're here. Could it be that you're an Earthling? Zhui Guang shook his head helplessly. I'll explain this later. I'm just afraid that you'll move that kid's body. This time, I can only choose to show myself. Remember, you still have to listen to Tianqing's warning. Don't move anyone out of the game cabin. All right, I'm leaving. Put away that gun of yours. Its speed may not be as fast as mine. After saying that, Zhui Guang left the room in the blink of an eye. Li Muhua and Lu Yi looked at each other. Is this guy still human? Lu Yi frowned. I don't know either. However, since the game could be extracted, maybe he's human. Chapter 621. In a wooden house in an Nephilim race's territory, the Balrog sat beside Lu Chun and looked at the unconscious Lu Chun. Cade, you're also badly injured. Go and rest, Isha advised. The Balrog shook his head. I'm fine. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Isha shook her head. The heaven and earth destruction in the primal awakened state is too strong. Receiving such a fierce attack in a single time, although it was the same 90% physical damage, the effects were obviously different from the 90% physical damage in a single time. He originally had a high percentage of physical damage. Under such circumstances, he used the void-shattering triple attack and suffered heavy injuries. Even if he has the lifelock skill, he won't be able to wake up in a short time. There have even been cases where he didn't die in the game, but his physical body couldn't take in reality and became a vegetable. The Balrog shook his head and said in a trembling voice, Old Kwang, do you know? You won. You won. Even the Holy War said that you're the pride of the human race. Did you hear that? Please, you must wake up. My good brother. On Earth, in Lu Chen's villa, a group of military bigwigs waited anxiously in the living room on the first floor. What's the situation online? They don't know about Lu Chen's current state. Solipsistic's victory has filled them with confidence. Lu Chen's situation must not be leaked. Strengthen the defense outside the district. It's already been arranged. What did Tianqing say? Zhui Guang said that Lu Chen's life is not in danger. Why hasn't he woken up in 2 days? We should at least check his physical condition. Tianqing only said that he can't move out of the game cabin. We've also sent people to try to find the whereabouts of Zhui Guang and the other guides, but there are no clues so far. Some experts even suspect that it's some kind of projection. Impossible. Lin Hai shook his head. Zhui Guang said that we can't reveal information about the higher heavens online, so he specifically came offline to tell Li Muhua. Many families and forces should also know about the higher heavens through offline inheritance. So he should be on Earth. The guides admitted that they are humans, but they did not say that they are Earthlings, the subordinate said worriedly. I know. Fortunately, for now, they have no plans to intervene in Earth's offline affairs, except for Lu Chen's matter this time. It seems that they are also very concerned about Lu Chen's situation. What we can do now is very limited. The key is to see what our demon friend in the Mad God game can do. On the 3rd day of Lu Chen's coma, an old woman came to the Flame Devil's residence. Which, when the Balrog saw who it was, he hurriedly stood up. Why have you come? The old woman walked to Lu Chen's side with her walking stick. Demon Lord, let me take a look at this kid's injuries. Demon Lord, don't think too badly of the Demon Lord. He's doing this for the benefit of the demon race. What's rare is that this brat has gained the recognition of the Demon Lord. This is truly unprecedented. In any case, as a famous doctor of the demon race, the Flame Demon was eager for the witch to check on Lu Chen's condition, so he quickly gave his seat to the witch. He hasn't woken up for 3 days? Yes, I've been by his side the whole time. For 3 days, there was no reaction at all. His physical injuries didn't improve at all. The witch nodded. That's right. His physical injuries were already so serious, and he unleashed such a powerful attack, adding to his injuries, and then being heavily injured by Heaven and Earth Destroyer. He's really playing with his life. Speaking of which, the human race who entered the Jiutian from the first heavenly domain actually had the courage to fight like this despite the deepening synchronization with the Jiutian reality. His courage is commendable. Which, do you have a way to save him? If he doesn't wake up, I'm afraid he'll. I'll try. The witch stood up and took out a pill. This is? Don't worry, I won't harm him. I'm a doctor. I don't know how to use poison. A doctor is benevolent. Even if it's a foreign race, I'll treat them equally. The flame devil was naturally aware of this, and the witch had won her current position purely as a doctor. This made people admire this old woman even more. No, what I mean is that this pill looks familiar to me. The witch smiled. Did all the theory lessons you took when you were young go to waste? You don't even recognize this pill, and you've come so far. Ancient demon blood pill. Demon blood? This is an immortal pill that contains the bloodline of the ancient demon race. Although its effects are amazing, isn't it only effective on demons? The witch explained. I've seen his battle footage, the 9 transformations of demons and gods. He should have only grasped the 6 transformations of demons and gods. He needs to have a demonic nature to cultivate it. Since he can use it, I'm sure his body is different from ordinary humans, so he should be able to accept the effects of the ancient demon blood pill. Are you sure? I'm not sure, but do you have a better way? The flame devil was speechless. When it came to treating illnesses, he was an amateur as an array master. This time, the flame devil didn't stop the witch from feeding him the pill. She fed the ancient demon blood pill with a mouthful of water into the solipsistic's mouth. The witch quietly watched the solipsistic's reaction. Not long after, the solipsistic's fingers twitched. The witch faintly smiled. Fortunately, I didn't misjudge him. This fellow really can absorb the ancient demon blood. Now, let's see what percentage he can absorb. What's the difference between percentage and absorption? If he absorbs 30% or more, he'll wake up. After that, you could take care of him normally and his injuries will slowly recover. If he can absorb 50%, his recovery speed will be very fast. If he can absorb 60%, what am I saying this for? An ordinary demon can only absorb 40%. Only those with special talents can absorb 50% or more. In the end, he's still a human. Even if his mortal body is different from others, he'll thank the heavens if he can absorb 30%. The ancient demon blood pill was extremely precious. He never thought that the holy war demon lord would have the witch bring him this immortal pill. The flame devil thanked her profusely and sent her out. At the door, the witch took out a wooden box. After opening it, there was a long silver needle inside. It was about 2 or 3 centimeters long and had markings on it. That's right, this is the demon blood silver needle. Insert this needle into the skin of his wrist at regular intervals. It will be able to detect the absorption of the demon blood pill. If he can't absorb 30% in 2 days, come find me at the fort. Yes, witch. The flame devil respectfully and carefully put away the wooden box. Now we can go back and test him. I still have to look at the demon lord's injuries. The demon lord's injuries are also quite heavy. Farewell, witch. Returning to his room, the flame devil hurriedly called over Isha. His arms hadn't grown back yet, so he had his wife test him. The silver needle was inserted into Lu Chen's wrist. A black gas rose from the needle, rapidly rising. 20%, 30%, 50%, 80%. Isha looked at her husband in shock. Are you sure you didn't hear wrong? An ordinary demon can only absorb 40%. The flame devil moved closer to the demon blood silver needle. He placed his face in front of it and carefully examined it. Did I insert wrong? Do you want me to insert again? Of course it's wrong. If it's not the silver needle, then it's your brother. Chapter 6:22. The next day, the results of the demon blood silver needle test reached 87%. Cardi, what did witch say would happen if he absorbed more than 60%? She didn't say. She didn't think old Kwang could absorb such a high percentage. Then, should we tell witch? Flame Demon pondered for a long time. Although old Kwang hadn't woken up yet, his complexion was much rosier than before, and his breathing was even. Besides not waking up, everything else showed that old Kwang was much better than before. If I'm not wrong, old Kwang might have profited from this disaster. Flame Demon said, if he resisted the ancient demon blood, then he would have had an adverse reaction from the start, and it would have been impossible for him to absorb so much. Now that he has absorbed 87%, it means that his compatibility with the ancient demon blood is excellent. From his current situation, this isn't a bad thing, which doesn't just serve the Holy War Demon Lord, she also serves those in power. If others were to know that old Kwang's absorption rate was so high, there might be trouble. As Flame Demon's wife, Isha naturally stood in her husband's position. After the two agreed, they decided to observe for another day. If old Kwang hadn't woken up, then they would go find Wish. Surprisingly, Lu Chun woke up that night. As soon as he opened his eyes, Lu Chun saw old Flame's bloodshot eyes. It was quite frightening. Old Kwang, you're awake. Damn, Lu Chun weakly said. You're really scary like this. I almost fainted. Flame Demon laughed through his tears. Ah, you brat. It seems you're quite spirited. You even know how to mock me. Old Flame, cough, cough, cough. What medicine did you give me before? Do you feel anything? A little. I felt the medicine quickly dissolve into my blood, and then I felt a lot better. It's good that it's effective. It's good that it's effective. That is a special pill of our demon race, the ancient demon blood pill. I didn't think that a human like you could absorb it so well. Do you feel any discomfort? No, I feel quite good. The Flame Demon let out a sigh of relief. Then, he told Lu Chun about the ancient demon blood pill. Considering that your absorption rate is too high, your absorption rate just now has reached 93%, which is far beyond what the witch said. I was afraid that this would cause trouble, so I didn't tell the witch for now. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Had the ancient demon blood pill saved him? Sure enough, the Flame Demon was on his side, always thinking about him. His worries were not without reason. After all, he was currently in the demon territory. Although the demon sovereign of the Holy War had not killed him, the demon race still had other great celestial generals. They might not let him go. In that case, if there were no abnormalities for the time being, he would suppress the current situation. Speaking of which, why was his absorption rate so high? Was it related to his dual cultivation, or was it related to his monstrous body? Lu Chun couldn't figure it out for the time being. He didn't even know how such a high absorption rate would affect him. Old Kwang, it's good that you woke up. Although I can't obtain the ancient demon blood pill, I can still obtain other pills. I will heal you as soon as possible. Old Yin, your own injuries. These injuries are nothing. Our demon race's mortal bodies are strong to begin with. Recovering is only a matter of time. That's right. Are your friends in the real world all right? Earth is a primary world, so they probably don't know the rules. I was afraid that they would mess with your body. Lu Chun thought for a moment and decided to tell them. The game pod opened. Lu, Yi, and Li Muhua were lying on top of it when they were suddenly pushed open. Big brother. Chun, are you awake? Lu Chun was still lying in the game pod. His voice was very weak. I'm awake. Muhua, you're here too. Of course I'm here. You've been like this for several days. Last time you hid in the game pod for over a year, but at least your vital signs were normal. But this time you're so heavily injured. I'm fine for now. Don't touch my body. The fourth heavenly layer will have a greater and greater effect on my body. As long as I can recover in the game, I'll be fine in the real world. Don't worry. Big brother. I'm so worried about you. You're the only one in the fourth heavenly layer. I'm worried about you, Lu Yi said as she cried. Lu Chun smiled at his sister. I'm fine. Big brother. Lu Yi Muhua, you have to become stronger too. This is what all of us have to do. Lu Chun did not say anything. That was the Earth that he saw 17 years later. Although the original Lu Chun did not come out of the whirlpool, Lu Chun came out after being sucked into the whirlpool. The development of the two worlds had deviated because of this difference. In simple terms, Lu Chun had changed part of his destiny. But at least Lu Chun understood one thing. If the final battle did not change the outcome, everything would be in vain. All right, someone is healing me. I'm going back to the game. Big brother, you haven't eaten or drunk for a long time. Lu Chun could not help but laugh. If you have the chance, come to the fourth heavenly layer to taste the food here. The cooking skills of the advanced master chef are really not for show. In any case, Lu Chun had finally woken up and sent news. Lu Yi and Li Muhua heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Yi, your brother should be fine. I'll go back and report to the higher-ups. They are all paying attention to his situation. You don't have to worry too much. Lu Yi nodded. After 3 or 4 days, the Balrog's right arm had grown out, and Lu Chun had completely recovered. Little Green personally checked Lu Chun. After confirming that there were no problems, Lu Chun was about to leave the Nephilim race's territory. Old Kwang, I might not be able to go with you, Lu Chun smiled. I understand. Treat sister-in-law well. Also, Devon is a promising talent. His future achievements may be above yours. The Balrog wanted to make it up to his wife and son. The Balrog's eyes were full of reluctance. Where are you going next? I made a 1-year agreement with a certain guy. He said that I'm too weak now. It seems that I have to quickly improve my strength. At your level, it should be very difficult to improve. The Balrog seemed to be thinking about something as he replied. Lu Chun originally wanted to say that he had come to the fourth heavenly layer because he had the opportunity to play dungeons in the Immortal Apex sect and bought a batch of equipment during the Alliance tournament. The rest of the time, he had been wandering. He still had a lot of room for improvement. In the human race, Lu Chun did not have much motivation. Even if it was an expedition, he was confident in fighting. However, there were too many experts in the fourth heavenly layer. Their strong Tao had caused Lu Chun to fall into desperate situations several times. The Vortex, the Heavenly Domain boss, the Holy War Demon Sovereign, and even Dark Thunder were all very powerful. It seemed that the fourth heavenly layer was indeed terrifying. Suddenly, the Balrog stared at Lu Chun with wide eyes. The 1-year agreement you mentioned, it can't be that you made it with that guy, right? Lu Chun curled his lips. With the Balrog's intelligence, it seemed that he had guessed it. Even the Holy War Demon Sovereign did not dare to challenge that guy. You made a 1-year agreement with him? How much can you improve in a year? You're crazy. Lu Chun shook his head. There's no other way. If I don't agree, he won't let me come. Only now did the Balrog remember that when Lu Chun came to save him, it was already evening. That guy should have already come out of the cave. Thinking that Lu Chun had actually signed a 1-year agreement with a heavenly domain boss to save him, the Balrog's heart felt uncomfortable. Old Balrog, don't think too much. I have been in the fourth heavenly layer for a long time. 1 year later, even if there was no such agreement, I would still go find him. You should work hard too. Do you still remember that you said you would bring me to your house to play? The Balrog took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Don't worry, I won't fall behind you. The fourth heavenly layer, the two brothers who had gone through life and death together many times, clapped their hands as an oath. Chapter 623. When Lu Chun left the demon stronghold, Demon Sovereign Holy War and the 8 mid-heaven generals were looking down at that figure from the watchtower. The monk and Yulei also had different degrees of physical injuries. At this time, like Demon Sovereign Holy War, they were wrapped in bandages. Great Heaven General, are we really going to let him go? This person is very dangerous. Yulei said, such a powerhouse has appeared in the human race. If he is allowed to return to the human race, he will definitely become a formidable enemy in the future. He has many secrets on him, especially that rat that can devour my spirit-devouring parasites. If I remember correctly, it should be the legendary heaven-devouring rat. No one knows what that thing will become in the end. Demon Sovereign Holy War's black cape fluttered in the wind. The heaven-devouring rat is secondary. No one can predict what that fellow will become in the end. Great Heaven General, if that's the case, shouldn't we not let him go? Demon Sovereign Holy War took a deep breath. This is the reason why I let him go. He could bring more variables. Besides, he has already recovered. If I want to capture him, I will have to pay the price of at least 4 mid-heaven generals. The war is imminent. Each of you is extremely important to the war. The city gates opened. Many people watched as Luchan left. He was probably the first human to leave this stronghold alive. After bidding farewell to the flame demon, little Devin walked in front of Luchan. Now that Luchan was in human form, he was finally taller than Devin. Uncle Kwong, will you come back? Luchan patted Devin's head. I don't know, but if you become strong enough, we will definitely meet again one day. Devin nodded heavily. Uncle Kwong, I will work hard. Little brother Lone Kwong, since you are leaving, I don't have anything to give you. Here's some spirit stones. You can always use them when you go out. Isha handed over a bag of spirit stones. Sister-in-law, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I won't accept the spirit stones. I don't think Oldian wants to earn money. If Diwan wants to grow, he will need to spend a lot of money. You can keep these spirit stones for yourselves. Lu Chun pushed the spirit stones back. Look at you. You risked your life to come back and save us. You even gave Devin a treasure. We didn't even give you anything. Lu Chun smiled faintly. Old Yin gave me the demonic sky, searing soul array. That array is very useful. I only gave D when a dark gold magic artifact. Speaking of which, I've already profited. The Balrog smiled and patted Lu Chun. He then smiled and said to Isha, I told you that he wouldn't accept it. Keep it. With my brother's ability, it's easy for him to make money. Whose side are you on? Isha glared at Balrog. You two are the same. You don't know how to manage money at all. Lu Chun and the Flame Devil looked at each other and laughed loudly. If they weren't like-minded, they wouldn't have become life and death friends. Looking at the Flame Devil and the Solipsistic laughing, the Holy War Demon Emperor's eyes actually became a bit dazed. After a long time, he muttered, Solipsistic, I hope that one day you can really make the various races put aside their grudges and stop fighting. Everyone will be like you, without any distinction between races. The Flame Devil sent Lu Chun very far away, but they had to part in the end. Finally, they parted at the edge of the demon race's territory. Old Yen, I'm leaving. Live well. Lu Chun smiled and turned to walk into the distance. You live well too. During the day, there were often battles in the war zone. Lu Chun didn't want to get involved in these battles, so he walked into the forest. There was a lake not far ahead. Lu Chun was tired of walking and found a place to set up a temporary camp. After the camp was set up, he called out Rhubarb, Little Green, and Furball. Furball was the trio's security guard. Rhubarb was the treasure hunting expert, and Little Green could go around to see if there were any herbs nearby. Don't go too far. Got it, boss. With Rhubarb around, Lu Chun felt more at ease. When he had some free time, Lu Chun opened his backpack and checked his resources. I only have 3 1-star grade materials. I'm missing 2 high-grade materials. It's a bit of a waste to change. There are basically no wild monsters in the 4th heaven. I have to go to dungeons, and the normal dungeons are in the sects behind each faction. It's very difficult to sneak in. Lu Chun even suspected that the distribution of the factions was actually based on the wild monster areas. There are so few wild monsters. Will there be no wild monsters in the 5th heaven? Lu Chun was pessimistic about this. The only dungeon I can go to now seems to be the Wildlands. Lu Chun had asked the Balrog before. They had never heard of the Wildlands dungeon, but there was an area in the 4th heaven called the Wildlands. The Wildlands dungeon came from the Azura world, so it was normal that the Balrog and the others did not know about it. Lu Chun guessed that the dungeon was most likely in the Wildlands area. I've been in the 4th heaven for 2 years. Lu Chun shook his head. In the end, he still had not figured out the situation in the 4th heaven. The Wildlands is an unguarded area, but the Balrog said that there are some wild monsters there. The dungeon might be there. Looks like I can only go there. In the afternoon, Little Green returned gloomily. Boss, there are no herbs in this place. I saw that the roots of many herbs have been dug out. How can these people be like this? They're not particular about picking herbs at all. Lu Chun laughed. Many people have limited sources of income. Even if this is a war zone, they still have to take risks. As for the future, it would be strange if they thought so much. It doesn't matter if they didn't pick anything. We'll buy some in the future. Let's eat something first. We still have to hurry on tomorrow. Okay. I found a lot of wild vegetables. I'll cook first. The matter of cooking was left to Little Green. Lu Chun just had to wait for the meal to start. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The surrounding ground faintly trembled. Lu Chun shook his head. It seemed that guy was restless again. Boss, that guy won't come looking for us, right? Little Green was a little scared. He hugged Rhubarb and Furball tightly and hid behind Lu Chun. Lu Chun did not dare to be careless. Although they had a 1-year agreement, who knew if that guy would keep his word? Why would a stage for a boss appear in the wilderness? Lu Chun frowned. How strong is it? Fortunately, that guy did not come looking for trouble with Lu Chun for the next few nights. The wilderness had become the safest place. Along the way, Lu Chun had seen many battles. He had also seen many chaotic battles. Every battle was extremely tragic. The dead bodies would only be picked up, but no one would bury them. At night, that guy underground would come to clean up the battlefield. The so-called cleanup naturally meant swallowing everything in one gulp. Lu Chun did not take part in the several wars of the human race. He just hurried all the way to the northwest. Gradually, Lu Chun left the war zone. A stone tablet in front of him indicated that he had entered a new map. Wildlands, damn, I'm finally here. Lu Chun had just let out a sigh of relief when he walked into the tall grass. A dozen people had already surrounded him. Humans? How dare a human come to the wildlands? Brothers, teach him a lesson. Tell him that only the strong have the right to come here. Chapter 6:24. Lu Chun frowned slightly as he looked at these people. They came from different races and were equipped with luxurious equipment, but they all looked fierce. Behind them was a wooden cage with a human woman locked inside. It seemed that this group of people had already succeeded once before. Hey, this place doesn't belong to you. Why are you still blocking the road and robbing us? The leader was a female dwarf who looked quite sturdy. This big sister, the human race and the dwarf race, seemed to be allies. Lu Chun frowned. Why do you pick on the human race? When the woman in the cage saw Lu Chun, she immediately rushed to the edge of the cage and shouted at Lu Chun, "Save me!" Lu Chun's straight nature determined that he wasn't very interested in saving the beauty, so he didn't pay attention to the woman. Shut up. A male alien with a long nose knocked on the cage with his weapon. One more word, and I'll kill you. Alliance? Boy, it seems that you still don't know what the Savage Land is. Here, there are no alliances, only interests. The female dwarf roared fiercely. Don't talk about robbing. Even if I kill you here, no one will care. Here, you can do whatever you want with strength. Lu Chun nodded. So that's how it is. It's indeed the Savage Land. Then what do you want me to do before you let me in? Lu Chun wanted to know what was the most valuable thing in the Savage Land. The things that this group of people robbed should be more valuable. Who knew that after the female dwarf signaled to her subordinate actually took out a strength testing stone and placed it in front of Lu Chun. If your single attack can reach 10 million, you're qualified to join us. If not, I'm sorry, but if you want to live, everything on you is ours. You also know that we have a way to make you die in reality. Lu Chun frowned slightly. This group of bandits was quite cautious. They first tested the attack before deciding whether to rob or not. This trick was really perfect. Speaking of which, the minimum requirement was actually 20 million damage per attack. Shifeng had never thought that the players in the Wildlands would be so strong. The Immortal Apex Sex test was 30 million per 10 seconds, but here it was 20 million per attack. The difference was huge. Boss, isn't our minimum requirement 25 million? Why do you only want him to play 20 million? Don't tell me you've fallen for him? The facial features of the dwarf race were very similar to those of the human race. Interestingly, from the aesthetic point of view of the dwarf race, they seemed to prefer tall figures. Therefore, in the eyes of the dwarf race, the human race was quite good-looking. The dwarf elder sister snorted coldly. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. It's already rare for a human to deal 20 million damage with a single attack. As long as he can deal 20 million damage per second, it means that he's a genius among the humans. At the very least, he's smarter than all of you. That woman only struck out 8 million. The woman in the cage said angrily, I'm injured. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to catch me. You don't have the right to speak here. If you keep talking, I'll cut off her tongue. The female dwarf snorted coldly. When a human woman heard this, she was so scared that she quickly shut her mouth. Everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense. A genius of a race wouldn't be bad in any aspect. Even if their attack was a little weaker, their other qualities wouldn't be bad. Kid, consider yourself lucky. Our boss only wants you to hit 20 million damage. As long as you hit 20 million damage, you'll be qualified to join us. In the wildlands, you should know the consequences of not having a backer. Liu Chan curled his lips. Sorry, I don't like to team up with people I'm not familiar with. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you really think we don't dare to kill you? Every one of us here has blood on our hands. Liu Chan smiled. That's none of my business. I just don't want to team up with you. Since you brought out the strength testing stone, then I'll test it. Liu Chan was too lazy to meddle in other people's business or fight. He only wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible. Just as the others were about to step forward, the dwarf lady stretched out her hand and stopped them. Let him test it. Liu Chan smiled and nodded at the woman, then walked to the strength testing stone. The strongest single attack was void-shattering. Liu Chan used Death's Land and lowered his HP to 20% before punching the strength testing stone. The quality of this strength testing stone wasn't as good as the one from the Celestial Peak sect. Liu Chan's punch dealt at least 400 million damage. After the strength testing stone showed 100 million damage, it exploded into pieces. In this chaotic world, the group forgot to dodge and stared at the person in the middle of the field. Looking at his preparation just now, he definitely didn't use his full strength. But with a single punch, the damage exceeded 100 million. It should be far more than 100 million, because the upper limit of the strength testing stone was 100 million. But that guy smashed the strength testing stone, so the damage should be several times higher. This guy's damage is so high. What the hell? Isn't he a human? How can a human's damage be so high? I didn't see it. Could it be that the strength testing stone was fake? The previous test was very normal. How could it be fake? This person's strength is probably at the great heavenly general level. Boss, we can't afford to offend this person. The most shocked person was the human woman in the cage. Her eyes were wide open, and her eyeballs were about to pop out. Hundreds of millions with one punch? Is he still human? Liu Chan didn't have any intention to make a move. He brushed the dust off his hands and shook his head. Sorry, I broke your strength testing stone. The female dwarf's voice was trembling. It's okay, it's not that expensive. Boss, this strength testing stone costs 500 spiritual stones. Shut up, idiot. Mister, it was a misunderstanding just now. Sigh, actually we just happened to pass by. Liu Chan frowned. Your excuse is a little fake. I'm not blind. You obviously caught other people. The female dwarf glanced at the woman in the prison carriage and hurriedly said, This person, she couldn't make up any more lies. Idiot, why aren't you running? The female dwarf used her movement technique and turned around to escape. The others usually weren't that smart, but at this time, they all ran faster than the other. In an instant, there was only Liu Chan left and the woman in the prison carriage. Liu Chan was also depressed. He only questioned the other party's lies and didn't have any intention to make a move. In the end, they all ran away. Sigh, the wilderness? Seems like it's still a place where strength is respected. Liu Chan shook his head and was about to leave. Hey, don't go. Let me out. Behind him, the woman shouted, her hand reaching out of the cage. I'll die here in the wilderness. Liu Chan frowned slightly. Although he didn't intend to save her, since they kept the woman, he should at least open the cage. Walking to the front of the cage, Liu Chan unlocked the door. Thank you. Liu Chan didn't say anything and turned around to leave. Hey, where are you going? Can you take me with you? Liu Chan didn't even turn his head. Stay away from me. I don't want to bring a burden. I'm not a burden. I'm strong. Strong? Can a strong person be locked in a cage? Lu Chun retorted bluntly. I'm injured. Moreover, I'm a Frost Clan mage. My main role is to support. Hey, don't go, I can take you to the Tomb of God. Lu Chun suddenly stopped. What did you say? I can take you to the Tomb of God. The woman repeated reluctantly. I can't go in alone. I need a strong helper. If you're willing to help me, most of the treasures inside can be given to you. I only want one. Not this sentence, the previous sentence. The previous sentence? I'm a Frost Clan mage? The woman said strangely. Lu Chun frowned slightly and suddenly asked, Do you know frost ants? Chapter 625. Sister Xuangwu? The woman looked at Lu Chun in surprise. Her blue eyes were filled with questions. You know my cousin? She's your cousin? Yes, my second uncle passed away early. We grew up together. Are you my brother-in-law? Lu Chun frowned slightly. He didn't expect to meet Xuangwu's sister. Come to think of it, the two of them really did look a little similar. Since she was Xuangwu's sister, Lu Chun would take care of her for Xuangwu's sake. Brother-in-law is your brother's head. Xuangwu and I were teammates in the third heaven. You can follow me. Haha, that's great. Brother-in-law, I promise I won't be a burden to you. If you call me brother-in-law again, you can leave by yourself. Oh, then what should I call you? I can't always call you hey. Solipsistic, Lu Chun said indifferently. You're solipsistic? The fugitive wanted by the human race. Lu Chun thought she knew him, but it turned out that was not the case. She only knew about Lu Chen's jailbreak in the fourth heaven. Well, it saved him a lot of trouble to explain. What's your name? My name is Xuangling. Well, let's go. Let's find a place to stay. Along the way, Lu Chun learned that the so-called Tomb of the Gods was very likely related to the map Xuangwu gave him. It seemed that Xuangling was also looking for the treasure for the Xuang clan to rise. Do you Xuang clan like to act alone? I see that many big forces have their own families and organizations. Only you guys are scattered. Lu Chun said, Brother Quang, there aren't many people left in our Xuang clan. Our strength is also many times weaker than before. There aren't many who can enter the fourth heaven. The situation there is so complicated, we have to split up to find them. Lu Chun nodded. Xuangwu also told him that the Xuang clan was declining day by day. You said you're a support magician? Why haven't I heard of you before? As you know, the skills provided by the class trainers are becoming more and more useless. The truly powerful skills are obtained through special means. Our Frost clan used to be good at ice spells and was known as the strongest ice clan. Unfortunately, our main combat skills have been lost. However, there are still a few support spells that are quite powerful, so I'm better at support. Lu Chun nodded, so that's how it is. All right, let's find a place to stay first and heal your injuries. Then we'll go to the Divine Tomb to have a look. There were no major cities in the Wildlands, but there were many small towns. Lu Chun and Xuangling settled down in a nameless town and finally found an inn. 2 earth-ranked rooms for 3 days. Lu Chun was negotiating with the owner when he felt Xuangling tugging at his sleeve. What? Brother Quang, I don't have any spirit stones on me. You don't have to pay for it. The earth-ranked rooms don't cost much anyway. The shopkeeper calculated the amount and said, That's a total of 18 spirit stones. Please pay up front. Lu Chun choked on the second half of his sentence. You want 18 spirit stones for 3 days? I want the earth-ranked rooms, not the heaven-ranked rooms. One had to know that the value of spirit stones was very high. 18 spirit stones could already buy a lot of ordinary pills. Is this the first time you 2 humans have come to the Wildlands? The shopkeeper said impatiently. I'm the only inn nearby. Go and ask who my backer is. If your backer isn't strong enough, why would you dare to open it in here? There's a cost involved. Let me tell you, you can also stay outside. Do you know that there's someone poisoning the water outside? Do you dare to close your eyes at night? If you close your eyes for 10 minutes, you won't even know how you died. Lu Chun thought about it and felt that it made sense. There were no laws in the Wildlands, so it was normal for people to be squatted outside. We operate with integrity. You can take a look at the residents here. 80% of the rooms are full. Even if you don't believe me, You should at least believe in their choice. The shopkeeper was quite good at talking. Although it was a bit expensive, it seemed to be very safe here. There were more than a dozen people patrolling around. Brother Kwong, in the wildlands for outsiders, I'm afraid that the only safe place is a listed inn. Shuang Ling also said. Lu Chen nodded and quietly opened his backpack. There were a total of 2 spirit stones inside, which are the leftover from the last time he treated his body. Cough, cough, that. How many spirit stones do you have? Lu Chen looked at Shuang Ling. Brother Kwong, I didn't have any chance to make money along the way. I only have 3 left. Although Shuang Ling was poor, she still won against Lu Chen. Brother Kwong, how many do you have? Lu Chen didn't seem to hear the question and said to the shopkeeper, what about the human room? 12 spirit stones. Lu Chen suddenly regretted that he didn't take the spirit stones from Isha. As if seeing Lu Chen's difficulty, Shuang Ling said, how about we stay in the human room and squeeze into a room? Lu Chen felt that he was saved and immediately said to the shopkeeper, the human room costs 2 spirit stones a day, right? We want a room and stay for 2 days. That, Shuang Ling, give me your spirit stones first. The shopkeeper put away the 4 spirit stones and looked at Lu Chen contemptuously. Poor bastard, you still brought your girlfriend out to get a room. The second room on the 2nd floor. Lu Chen sighed. He was despised because he was poor. Now, there was only 1 spirit stone left. They still had to eat and get some pills for Shuang Ling. The house was quite big. After all, the wildlands was vast and sparsely populated. Opening the window, they could see that at this time, there were still patrols patrolling. Little Green helped Shuang Ling look at her injuries. Seeing Little Green for the first time, Shuang Ling said in surprise, Brother Kwong, is this a ghost pet? Ghost pets were indeed rare, but most people wouldn't be so surprised. You seem to have just arrived in Jiutian. Lu Chen said, not really. I've been in Jiutian for about 2 years, but I've been in the 4th heavenly layer for the last 1.5 years. I didn't join a sect and went directly to collect information about the wildlands, so my real experience is a bit short. I've only seen ghost pets in the books of my family. Lu Chen nodded. It's not easy to be in the 4th heavenly layer alone for so long. It's okay, Little Green is my friend. She's a very good pharmacist. Let her take a look. After the examination, Little Green frowned. Miss, your injuries, in addition to the 17% physical injury, there are some other special injuries. Ah, you can even see this? Shuang Ling was a little regretful. She underestimated Little Green's medical skills. Now that she had been found out, she no longer hid it. Our Frost clan doesn't have much time left. Before entering the Jiutian, I planted the black ice worm. Although it can strengthen the ice attack, it will also cause damage to the body after a long time. Lu Chen was a little moved. What had happened to the Frost clan? Why did they use this kind of method to strengthen Shuang Ling's strength? Chapter 626. Shuang Wu also has that black ice worm on her. Shuang Ling hesitated. Brother Kwong, don't ask too much. This is actually our Frost clan's secret. But as long as you heal my injuries, I promise I won't drag you down. Lu Chen thought for a while and didn't ask anymore. And got it. Rest first. And there's only 1 bed here. You're injured. You sleep. I'll sleep on the floor. Is the floor too hard? Why don't we squeeze? The bed is quite big. It's enough for both of us. Hearing this, Lu Chen's mind raced 180 kilometers per hour. Is this girl too naive? Or is the Frost clan that unrestrained? Speaking of which, Shuang Wu is very reserved. Come on, you sleep beside me. Shuang Ling was very enthusiastic as she pulled Lu Chen. Lu Chen wanted to refuse, but there seemed to be a voice telling him that maybe she did it on purpose. In Jiutian, it seems like it's possible. Brother Kwong, I promise you'll feel good later. This, after wandering for so many years, he finally waited for this day. That's not too good. We've only known each other for less than a day. Isn't it a bit too fast? What's there to be fast about? It's fine. Shuang Ling pulled Lu Chen to the side of the bed while she went around to lie down on the other side. Brother Kwong, quickly lie down. TSK, the other party, seems to be very anxious. Do you want to take a bath or something? Lu Chen asked. Up to you. I'm a bit tired. I'll need to use some spirit power later. I don't want to take a bath. Using spirit power? Using spirit power? Wouldn't it be too intense? Lu Chen was getting more and more curious. After lying down, Lu Chen was a bit nervous. Speaking of which, Lu, you wouldn't enter my room at this time, right? She wouldn't see something she shouldn't see, right? Are you done lying down? Then I'll start. Lu Chen took a deep breath. If I use spirit power, the movement won't be too big, right? It's not good to disturb others. Then I'll control it. Okay, frost barrier. Suddenly, the entire room was filled with frost and water vapor condensed. The guest room had turned into a sparkling palace. The temperature of the surrounding air suddenly dropped, completely isolating them from the heat waves of the outside world, but they didn't feel cold. At the same time, an ice wall was erected on the bed between Lu Chen and Shuang Ling. Lu Chen almost collapsed. Why was it like this? Could it be that what Shuang Ling said was true? On the other side of the transparent ice wall, Shuang Ling knocked on the ice wall and smiled at Lu Chen. She put her hands together and placed them beside her head. She was going to sleep. Lu Chen nodded. Sleep, sleep. Sigh. That night, Shuang Ling slept soundly. Lu Chen did not sleep well at all. He could only lie on the bed and cultivate his primordial chaos spiritual power. The next day, Shuang Ling also got up very early. After putting away the frost barrier, the two of them went out. Although it was called a town, it was just that there were more people here. There were no walls, no guards, and even the roads were made by people. Everyone was very vigilant as they walked on the road. Other than their own people, they kept a large distance from others. Is this the wildlands? Lu Chen shook his head. Why do these people want to live in such a place? Isn't it very tiring? Shuang Ling said, Brother Kuang, some of them are wanted people who have nowhere to go, so they stayed here. Some of them are former mercenaries who got tired of the mercenary life, so they moved here to join a force to survive. However, these two types of people are not the most terrifying here. Shuang Ling was worthy of being someone who had collected information about the wildlands for a long time. Although it was her first time here, she knew a lot. Wanted criminals and mercenaries who only wanted money were not the most terrifying. Lu Chen asked with interest, Oh, who are the most terrifying people here? The natives of the wildlands and the super powerhouses who are preparing to enter the heaven-reaching tower. Do not provoke these two types of people. Even if I know that Brother Kuang is very strong, it is still very dangerous. The natives and the people who are going to enter the heaven-reaching tower. Yes, the heaven-reaching boss is extremely powerful. Those who have the confidence to enter the heaven-reaching tower are naturally not weak. This place is relatively close to the heaven-reaching tower, and you can find powerful monsters here to make the final preparations for entering the tower. As for the natives here, it is said that the blood of the origami flows in their bodies. It is just that they do not want to leave this place and will not enter the tower. Lu Chen was quite shocked. In fact, the Protoss also claim that they have the blood of the gods, but it is too long ago. Even the proof of their ancestors' existence is difficult to obtain. However, the natives of the wildlands are different. According to my information, the tomb of the gods is in the wildlands. In other words, they have lived in the territory of their ancestors for generations. The inheritance they have obtained is more complete than the Protoss. The blood of the gods should not be the same thing as the blood of the gods. It seemed to be closer to Lu Chen's blood. Brother Kuang, if there is anything you want to know, just ask me. Lu Chen nodded. Now was not the time to delay. It was better to help Shuang Ling recover from her physical injuries. Where can I make money? Well, it is generally difficult for outsiders to make money. If you have valuable things that you have not sold, the chances of being robbed are higher if you casually trade with other forces. I know two more stable methods. One is to barter with the natives. Although they are rude and unreasonable, they are very trustworthy. Unfortunately, it is difficult to gain the trust of the natives. They will not trade with unfamiliar people. If you enter their territory rashly, you will be killed. There is another method, let's not talk about it. It is too dangerous. Lu Chen smiled slightly. You're still keeping me in suspense. What is it? Tell me. I will act according to my ability. If you don't tell us, how can we not go to the tomb of the gods? Speaking of the tomb of the gods, Shuang Ling gritted her teeth and said, the second method is actually the most common. People who have just arrived usually use this method to accumulate their first funds. What is it? The Caged Beast Arena. Shuang Ling pushed a document over. It was a screenshot of a picture on a stone tablet. The Caged Beast Arena is an entertainment project for the rich here. In the past, the rules were that they would put 100 contestants in the Caged Beast Arena. These contestants would fight each other in the Caged Beast Arena and have to deal with powerful beasts, traps, and so on. Those who last until the end of the allotted time will be rewarded with spirit stones. If they are lucky and perform well in the competition, they will be appreciated by the leader of a tribe and have the opportunity to exchange items with them. He didn't know why this competition system was quite familiar. How long do you have to last? 3 hours? Or until the last person is left? In fact, the contestants have learned to be smart. Many people often don't take the initiative to fight with others in order to preserve their strength. So in more cases, they can receive the reward when the time is up. Lu Chan frowned slightly. It doesn't feel that difficult. At the very least, I can't survive for 3 hours. However, perhaps it is because of this situation that the viewing value of the competition is reduced, Shuang Ling said. The current rules should be to put 100 people in the Caged Beast Arena. In addition, they will put in 30 map level bosses above level 200 and add some special domain barriers. Most importantly, there will be 5 to 10 more hunters in each Caged Beast Arena. The hunters will be greatly enhanced, and they are all super powerhouses. It is almost impossible to defeat them. They will kill the contestants in the Caged Beast Arena, while they have the full view of the Caged Beast Arena. As far as I know, the current Caged Beast Arena basically ends when there's only one person left, because no one can last more than 3 hours. Chapter 6:27. Shuang Ling did a sufficient investigation and continued. About 10 years ago, the Caged Beast Arena had always been the main way for outsiders to earn money. However, with the change of the rules, it seems that many people prefer to form gangs and rob others. Lucha nodded. When he first came to the barbarian land, he encountered a small group of bandits. Their strength was not enough to form a large local force, so they could only wait for newcomers to make a living. Brother Kwong, although the income of the Caged Beast Arena is high, it is too dangerous after all. If we encounter a ruthless hunter, it is possible to be killed. It is safer for us to join other forces. With your strength, it should not be difficult to find a powerful organization. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Didn't I say that I don't like to team up with unfamiliar people? Let's go to the Caged Beast Arena to take a look. The Caged Beast Arena was in the wild, but there were recruitment notices in all the nearby towns. Lu Chen and the others soon found a recruitment notice on the town's bulletin board. Caged Beast Arena, number 6742. Sponsors: Holy Maiden Tribe, Kazan Tribe, Graceful Snake Legion, Death Legion, Tyrannosaurus Guild. This was the first time Lu Chen had seen an army in the fourth heaven. From the second heaven onwards, guilds, which were free to join, had been replaced by clans and even tribes. They were all groups of people who had close ties with each other offline. Perhaps the barbarian land was full of desperados, so this kind of organization appeared again. He continued to read. Winning prize, 20,000 spirit stones. Outstanding performers. Number of participants, 100. Number of hunters, 10. After many efforts, we have finally facilitated this purgatory level arena. The 4 top forces are sponsoring, and the prize is as high as 20,000 spirit stones. The prize is unique. There are already many strong people who have applied to join this competition. There's also a hunting team formed by mysterious strong people. It will definitely be a battle between the strong. This competition will be held in the top division of the Barbarian God Palace. There are only 3,462 tickets left out of the 10,000 tickets. If you want to buy them, hurry up. At the same time, we are recruiting participants. Due to the strength of the hunters, It is recommended that strong people who have the combat power of a heaven general or above apply. For some races, such as the human race, the strength requirement is higher. Currently, there are 22 spots left. Perhaps it was because the scale of the Trap Beast Arena this time was indeed very large. There were also many people looking at the recruitment notice. They kept a safe distance from each other and looked at the notice board from afar. The safe distance did not prevent them from chatting. The Saintly Maiden Tribe is sponsoring it? That's 20,000 spirit stones. If you win, you'll really be rich. Generally, the prize for a small-scale beast trap arena is only a few thousand. It's been a long time since the last Purgatory Beast trapping ground. I heard that the entrance fee is 10 spirit stones. Just the tickets alone can be sold for 100,000 spirit stones. That's a huge profit. Don't be jealous. It takes a lot of preparation work to set up an arena of this level. The venue, the fame of the sponsors, and the cost of the hunters are also a lot. I heard that the hunters this time are all super strong. It seems that there is also that Butcher. Butcher is here too? That guy didn't become a hunter to make money at all. His hobby is to slaughter. He is definitely a homicidal maniac. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. If there is not such a big reward, who would participate in such a dangerous competition? Everyone wants to be one of the 1%, but they forget that most people will only be one of the 99 people. Although money is important, life is more important. If you don't have some skills, don't go to your death. The notice board looked old, but it still had a projection function. Luchin walked to the notice board and clicked on it. A feeble menu was projected in front of him. Sign up. The people around looked at this human in surprise. Human? He's a newcomer. He probably doesn't know how terrifying the barbarian land is. There are always people who don't know their own strength when they just come. Who cares? Just let them die. Shuangling ran to Lu Chen's side and hurriedly pulled Lu Chen's sleeve. She whispered, "Brother Kuang Yu, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Lu Chen smiled slightly. You heard it too. It's rare to have such a big reward. It's a loss if you don't sign up. A loss. But at this time, new content popped up on the window interface. Please enter your ID, race, and previous military rank in the Immortal Army. Solipsistic, human, military rank. I've never joined the Immortal Army. Lu Chen directly answered. When he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter around him. This human hasn't even joined the Immortal Army. He couldn't have come out from some sect to gain experience, right? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. A human who hasn't even joined the Immortal Army actually came to play the Caged Beast Arena. Kid, don't be so scared that you'll pee your pants. Human kid, after you die, I'll take care of your woman for you. Rest assured that you can die. A dwarf wretchedly looked at Shuang Ling. Shuang Ling had a sickly look on her face, but she was still very beautiful. Moreover, dwarves were looking at humans, so it was natural for them to have extra points. Seeing Shuang Ling's appearance, the dwarf couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Lu Chan turned his head and looked at the dwarf coldly. If you have any crooked thoughts, I don't mind killing you now. What did you say? You humans don't have any special skills, and you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Shuang Ling hurriedly pulled Lu Chan. Brother Kuang, don't do anything here. I don't know how many people are behind him. Lu Chan was just about to make a move when a new message popped up on the window. He had to fill in the registration form first. Your personal information has been entered. Click OK to register for the competition. Yes, registration successful. There are currently 17 places left. Your participation number is 83. The competition will be held at 7 p.m. tonight. Please be prepared in advance. The window retracted back to the bulletin board. When Lu Chun looked back again, the dwarf had been pulled away by his companions. Not only him, but the people around him also left. And why do they all leave? They should be ready to bet. Shuang Ling shrugged. The ticket income of the Caged Beast Arena is only a small part. The gambling business is the big part. Shuang Ling said with some embarrassment, there are many kinds of gambling. They can bet on the champion or the survival time of each contestant. I guess they want to bet on you. Lu Chan shook his head. Damn it, we only have one spirit stone now. Our capital is too little. Brother Kwong, you still want to bet? Of course, where's the betting point? 1 spirit stone is too little. Let's bet on it too. Shuangling took Lu Chun to the betting point in the town. The person in charge looked up at Lu Chun and said lazily, "How much?" 5 card stud. How much is that? 1 spirit stone. The person stopped registering information and looked up at Lu Chun again. Seeing the other party's serious look, he shook his head. 1 spirit stone could also be bet. What are you betting on? Number 83. Number 83 human? You bet on this person just now. You also bet that he can't last 10 minutes? I bet on him to be the champion, Lu Chun said lightly. Chapter 628. Later on, Lu Chun found out that most people wouldn't bother the contestants. After all, the competitions were organized by some big forces, and they relied on the contestants to make money. At noon, Lu Chun found some dry food from his backpack. After eating, he went to the desolate god palace. Shuangling looked very uneasy, so Lu Chun casually chatted with her. "Where's the tomb of the god of sin? I only know the general direction. When the time comes, we'll have to look for it carefully." Lu Chun nodded. "You said that all the treasures in the tomb of the god of sin belong to me, and you only want one. What is it?" This is related to the fate of the Frost clan. Brother Kwong, it's not convenient for me to say." Lu Chun smiled. He and Shuangwu had gone through life and death several times, and that was how they built trust between each other. Shuangling was more or less wary of him, which was normal. However, he could roughly guess that what Shuangling was looking for must be related to his unknown map. In addition, there was a piece of the demon god's lotus heart fragment in the barren land. He didn't know if it was in the tomb of the god of sin. By the way, Shuangling, when I heard them talking, I felt that they were in awe of the Saintish tribe. "Oh, it's like this, Brother Kwong. After many generations of reproduction, the original tribes were divided into various small tribes. However, in order to ensure that their strength wouldn't decline, the leaders of each tribe were once important figures in the desolate god tribe, and their bloodline was pure. The ancestor of the leader of the Saintish tribe was once the saintess of the desolate god tribe. She was the strongest under the desolate god, so the strength of the Saintish tribe can be seen. Next is the high priest, the great wizard, and then the 8 great warriors. The strength of these tribes is the strongest among the original tribes. By the way, the Kazan tribe is the descendant of the 2nd great warrior, Kazan. They're also very strong. By the way, what kind of race are they? It is said that the desolate god is lustful, so his descendants are mixed. However, he seems to prefer a human woman. Among his descendants, humans make up the majority. Lu Chun couldn't help but frown. Although humans are weak, it seems that many races are quite envious of their appearance. In the past, when I went to the shifter territory, they liked to transform into human appearance. Shuangling sighed. That's true. Many races are envious of the human race's appearance, but all that's left of the human race is their skin. Lu Chun nodded and then suddenly thought of a problem. The demonic lotus heart was stored in the 9 camps a long time ago, and then 4 of them were lost. It should be a long time ago. Then, according to the strength of the barren land, the fragment in the trance land may fall into the hands of the origami. After many years of evolution, it was not impossible for it to be passed down to a native tribe. My initial guess is that the heart of the God Fiend's lotus heart fragment might be in a hidden dungeon or in a native tribe. Thinking of this, Lu Chun could only shake his head. The power of the godly demon set was shocking, but the difficulty of completing the godly demon set was similarly daunting. The two chatted as they walked, and in the afternoon, they arrived near the desolate god palace. Lu Chun learned from Shuangling that the desolate god palace was not the desolate god ruins. It was originally a semi-abandoned building complex. The buildings were quite tribal. They were all mud houses, and the highest one was only 2 stories. Because of the large-scale beast trap arena, almost every time the Purgatory Beast Trap Arena was held, the organizers would transform the terrain here. In order to increase the difficulty of the Beast Trap Arena, The organizers would not announce the new layout of the desolate God Palace before the competition began. At this time, the desolate God Palace was full of people. There were contestants, spectators, and patrols. During the competition, fighting was prohibited, so the people here finally did not have to keep such a safe distance. It's rare to see so many people in the barren land. Hasn't the hunter come yet? It is said that the butcher is also here. It would be strange if the butcher didn't come to such an exciting competition. This time, I'm afraid many people will be dismembered. That guy is addicted to killing. The prize money is high enough. Otherwise, who would participate in the competition? There are many people who can't survive. What's the point of worrying about this? I bet on the right thing. This time, I will definitely win back all my previous losses. Not long after, a flying dragon mount landed not far away. When the people around saw who it was, they suddenly quieted down and consciously made a path. Lu Chun pulled Shuang Ling and watched in the crowd. Brother Quang, do you see the symbol on her chest? A spear. This is the Kazan tribe. No one from the Kazan tribe was wearing clothes. They were all wearing equipment. 30 to 40 people ignored everyone around them and walked straight into the desolate God Palace that had not been officially opened. Lu Chun noticed that when these people walked, one person was protected in the middle. That person should be the leader of the Kazan tribe. After the Kazan tribe arrived, the four major forces mentioned in the advertisement, Graceful Snake, Death Legion, and a group of small and medium-sized forces, Tyrannosaurus Guild, Dripping Blood Guild, and so on arrived. At this time, there was a commotion in the crowd. Many people looked up at the sky. A huge white bird flew across the sky and circled above the desolate God Palace for a few weeks before landing. Then, a dozen women in luxurious equipment walked down from the white bird, each wearing a helmet. In the middle of them was a woman who was not wearing any equipment. She was wearing a translucent white veil, showing off her graceful figure. Unlike most of the natives who had dark skin, her skin was exceptionally white. A string of silver bell anklets hung on her bare ankles, jingling as she walked. She wore light, silver accessories on her head, and half of her face was covered with a veil, revealing only a pair of bright eyes. They were as clear as water, making people's hearts beat faster. What clear eyes! Lu Chun also sighed. Just this pair of eyes was enough to make Lu Chun feel like he was a celestial being. However, just as Lu Chun was in a daze, Shuang Ling hurriedly pulled him back. Brother Quang, don't look. That's disrespectful to the saintess. Only then did Lu Chun come back to his senses. He found that almost all the people around him had their heads down. Even the dwarves who coveted the beauty of the human race did not dare to look at her more. Only he foolishly raised his head, which seemed a bit different. Gazes were always mutual. Immediately, 4 or 5 of the saintess subordinates pushed aside the people around Lu Chun and grabbed Lu Chun's shoulder. How dare you look directly at the saintess? Dig out his eyes. Shuang Ling hurriedly explained. Sorry, we're new here. He doesn't know the rules. Then we'll help him remember. Lu Chun frowned slightly. This group of people was really tyrannical. Seeing that the other party was about to make a move, Lu Chun suddenly said, Hey, you dug out my eyes. Are you trying to cheat in the competition? What competition is cheating? I'm a contestant. Lu Chun smiled. If you dig out my eyes now, won't that disrupt the balance of the competition? These people didn't expect this guy to be a contestant. You? A human? I see that you're only in your 20s. How could you have been a great general? The recruitment advertisement said that if a human signed up for the competition, their military rank would be higher than that of other powerful races. This way, they wouldn't die so easily. Lu Chun smiled. Number 83, solipsistic. Check it out yourself. At this moment, that pair of clear eyes also looked over. Human? Are you sure you're not here to die? Lu Chun shook off their hands, looked at the saintess, and said calmly, I hope you pay more attention to me. If I can last until the end, I want to talk to you about a deal. Chapter 629. Under the Veil. He could vaguely see the saintess smiling. Interesting. Then he retracted his gaze, called back his subordinates, and went straight into the desolate God Palace. Walking far away, the the Saintess' sweet voice suddenly sounded. You want to make a deal with our Saintess tribe? Let's survive first. Seeing the people of the Saintess tribe leave, Xuangling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Kuang, you're too bold. You actually negotiated with the Saintess. Sigh. It's my fault for not telling you clearly at the beginning. Lu Qin smiled. It's just a business deal. What's there to be afraid of? At this moment, Lu Chun suddenly felt a stench getting stronger and stronger. He looked up and found an ugly creature about 4 meters tall walking towards him. When the surrounding people saw this guy, they scattered in panic. It's the butcher. It's said that because he likes to dismember corpses, he's poisoned and smells rotten. It's true. Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? Lu Chen frowned and looked at the butcher. The guy's skin was white, but it was completely different from the Saintess. The butcher's skin was like dead meat that had been soaked in water for a long time. Under the equipment, he could still see a large area of necrosis on his body. The stench was probably caused by muscle necrosis. He didn't seem to have eyelids. His eyes were very round and couldn't blink. Only his eyeballs could move. This guy was tall and had a big belly. He had an exaggerated smile on his face. Coupled with his special eyes and rotten flesh, it made people feel creepy. His shoulders and waist were wrapped with dark red chains, and there were 2 hooked knives on his waist. They were also shining with blood. Lu Chun frowned more and more. Was this guy the butcher? From the 1st heaven to the 4th heaven, Lu Chun had encountered many demons who killed people like flies. However, they all had their own reasons. But this guy, it was said that killing and dismembering was just a hobby. The butcher walked straight to Lu Chun as if there was no one else around. His eyes were full of excitement. He licked his lips. A human contestant? Ha 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 ha. I like this skin very much. Leave it to me. Just now Lu Chun said that he was a contestant. This guy should have heard it. Everyone's faces turned pale. The human has been targeted by the butcher. He can consider himself unlucky. He must have been dismembered on the spot. I heard that the butcher doesn't even wait for the victim to die when he dismembers them. He dismembers them while they're still alive. I think that kid will be scared to death before he even gets on the stage. However, Lu Chun raised his head to look at the butcher and said indifferently, "Get lost. I'm here to make money, not to kill pigs." Everyone's jaws dropped. Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. I don't like prey that can't resist. I like people like you who aren't afraid of death. The more you struggle, the more excited I am. That's how fun it is to play. Lu Chen sneered. Is that so? Then you must find me as soon as possible during the competition. Don't make me wait too long. Xuangling was so scared that her face turned pale. She desperately tried to pull Lu Chen away, but Lu Chen didn't care at all. All right, don't worry. I'll find you soon, my little baby. Ha ha. After the butcher left, Xuangling was sweating profusely. Brother Kuang, why don't we forfeit? You've been targeted by the butcher before you even get on the stage. What should we do? Lu Chen smiled. Don't think too much. Trust me. Seeing Xuangling's hands still trembling, Lu Chen felt sorry for this girl. The appearance of the Saintess and the butcher had scared her, but she wasn't a particularly brave girl. However, for the Frost Clan, she had consumed the black ice worm and collected information in the 4th layer of heaven. She was braver than many people when she came to the wildlands. Xuangling was like that, and so was Xuangwu. They worked hard in the 3rd layer of heaven. They both wanted to change the fate of the Frost Clan. All right, I promise you that I won't make you so worried next time. How about it? Lu Chen smiled and looked at Xuangling. Xuangling nodded sadly. Next time? Hopefully, there will be a next time. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the audience seats of the desolate God Palace were finally opened, and the contestants could enter the preparation area. Contestants could bring 1 person into the preparation area, and Lu Chen brought Xuangling with him. Human, are you here to die? The guard checked Lu Chen's information. There really is one. Go in. Lu Chen didn't know how many times he had heard this kind of words, and he was too lazy to argue. The preparation area was closed, and the contestants couldn't know the new terrain of the desolate God Palace in advance. Lu Chen read the rules of the competition. When the competition began, they would be teleported to various parts of the desolate God Palace through the teleportation door in the preparation area. After familiarizing themselves with the environment for a short time, the hunters would enter and the hunt would begin. Of course, the contestants could attack each other, and to encourage this behavior, killing a contestant could also make them disappear from the hunter's map for 5 minutes. Although it wasn't certain that they wouldn't encounter a hunter, it greatly increased their chances of survival. As for the other methods in the competition, there was only one principle, and that was no principle. Any method, health damage, physical damage, and whether the method was cruel or not, there was no limit. The contestants only had one goal, and that was to survive until the end. There were still two kinds of winning conditions in name. Either holding on for 3 hours or being the last survivor would be considered a victory. There were many races in the preparation area, and some of them were races that Lu Chun had never seen before. Looking at their restrained eyes and even breathing, it wasn't hard to guess that they were all very strong. Many of them saw Lu Chun, and their eyes would stay on him for a short time. Human? Are you kidding me? At least there's already one to fall back on. We can kill this person first and fight for 5 minutes of hiding time. This time, the hunter is extraordinary. If we can hide for 5 minutes, we might even change the outcome. Lu Chun shook his head. The human race was too weak, and he was treated as a soft persimmon as soon as he arrived. Brother Kwong, I don't have any supplementary pills. It's okay. You just stay here and wait for me to come back. Okay? Okay. The preparation time soon came, and at this time, waves of cheers could already be heard outside. In a place like the barbarian land, the Trap Beast Arena had become the most important window for people to vent their emotions. Everyone became very excited. In the preparation area, there was a broadcast. The Trap Beast Arena will officially start in 5 minutes. Contestants, please enter the portal within 2 minutes. All the contestants got up and walked to the 5 portals. Lu Chun also stood up. Brother Kwong, you have to be careful. Okay, I know. Wait for me to come back. After entering the portal, Lu Chun's vision was temporarily dark, and he randomly appeared in an area of the desolate God Palace. Lu Chun looked around and waited for a moment. He could see 2 contestants refresh not far from him. The 2 of them seemed to have noticed Lu Chun's position. From their excited eyes, Lu Chun seemed to have understood that this time, he might not only have to face the defenders. In the number 1 VIP room, the environment here was in sharp contrast to the noise outside. The room was spacious, and there were all kinds of fruits and drinks on the coffee table. The people of the Saintly Maiden tribe were watching the game through the projection. Where's the position of number 83? Under the veil, the saintess's sweet voice sounded. Her subordinates immediately pulled up Lu Chun's position. At this time, the average contestant was looking for a place to hide. Only he was still foolishly standing at the spawn point, looking around. The saintess's clear eyes glanced at him and shook her head slightly. I'm afraid he will be the first to be eliminated. Chapter 630. There was still a minute or two before the start of the match. Lu Chun seized the time and took a look at his bets. Number 83, solipsistic, the number of bets placed on him was far ahead. 220,000 spirit stones bet on him not being able to last for 10 minutes, and 40,000 spirit stones bet on him not being able to last for 20 minutes. Too many people bet on him, causing the odds of these 2 events to be very low. Among the many betting messages, one message was particularly eye-catching. Number 83, solipsistic, human, 1 spirit stone bet to win the championship. This message stood out from the rest and was displayed all by itself. And its odds were also extremely terrifying. If he won, he would get a reward of 10,000 spirit stones. Sigh, the capital is too little. Lu Chun shook his head. If I had 10 spirit stones, it would be great to get 100,000 spirit stones. While Lu Chun was lost in his thoughts, the match officially began. The 3 domains have been opened. The hunter will enter in 5 minutes. The system prompted. Lu Chun looked at his status. Attack weakened. Displacement increased by 20 seconds. Stamina consumption Pure spirit energy consumption increased by 500%. The recovery effect of pills was completely ineffective. Elemental resistance decreased by 70%, and the effect of all enchantment skills below heaven level was reduced by 30%. Luchan didn't care about these statuses. In any case, as long as he was willing to open the chaos domain, these statuses would disappear. The two people not far away had already hidden in the dark. Luchan thought for a moment and roughly knew their strategy. They would definitely keep an eye on him, but the reason why they hadn't made a move yet was probably because they were waiting for the hunter to enter. After figuring out the hunter's position, they would definitely not let go of the opportunity if they had the chance. Luchan didn't hide. He found a shade and sat down. Someone immediately noticed the strange behavior of this guy. Damn, look at that human number 83. What is he doing? Isn't he hiding? Although the hunter has a full view of the desolate god palace, he doesn't have the ability to go through walls, so hiding in the house is better to avoid the hunter. The guy is actually sitting in the shade of a tree. Does he think that the hunter won't spawn around him? I think he has given up struggling. How strong can a human at his age be? Participating in the cage beast arena is the same as courting death. 5 minutes later, the hunters entered the arena. 10 super experts randomly appeared in various locations of the desolate god palace. As soon as they appeared, they entered the surrounding houses. A few moments later, several towers exploded, and the contestants who were found fled frantically. Ha 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 ha, my little baby, don't run. Let me dote on you. The game is finally starting. I'm so excited. You want to escape from me? Dream on. Come on, I'll let you run for a while. Find me a few more people. Each hunter's means were different. Some deliberately kept a distance and didn't chase. They knew that in order to survive, these people would not run aimlessly. They would deliberately run into other people's hiding places. If he could drag one more person down with him, he might have a chance to escape. In this place, everyone would do anything to survive. However, there was another person who was very different. In VIP Lounge 1, the Saintess narrowed her eyes slightly. Contestant number 83 was leaning against a tree, resting with his eyes closed. He looked as if he was so bored that he was about to fall asleep. This guy, sleeping in the cage beast arena, a guard at the side couldn't take it anymore. Isn't his heart too big? I think the more you want to die, the harder it is for you to die. His luck is really good. As long as there are hunters around him, he will definitely die. In the end, he didn't encounter any hunters. Xuanling had just heaved a sigh of relief. As a spectator, she could see the position of the hunters. They were still quite far away from Brother Kwong. Those hunters now had targets, so they shouldn't come looking for him. However, Brother Kwong actually didn't find a place to hide. Instead, he just leaned against the tree and rested. My big brother, you are. I'm really going to be angered to death by you. Hurry up and hide first, please. Luchan seemed to have heard Xuanling's call. He turned around and changed into a comfortable position to continue resting. In just a short moment, 7 people had already been eliminated, all of them dead. The other 2 were playing cat and mouse. The most miserable one was still the butcher's target. At this time, the butcher's fat and stinky body was pressing down on the contestant. Ignoring his pleas, the butcher cruelly dismembered him. The scene was too bloody, but there were many people cheering. When the butcher stood up, that person's body was left with a pile of blood and bones. Ha ha, fun too fun. The butcher laughed wildly. Right, where's my number 83 baby? Where are you hiding? I must find you. When the hunters entered the arena, they completely stirred up the entire desolate god palace. The contestants were either directly discovered or framed by others. In short, a large number of contestants fled for their lives. The atmosphere of the audience was getting more and more intense. In such an environment, Luchan was still lying under a small tree to rest. 20 minutes. Luchan still hadn't opened his eyes. No way. That guy just leaned against the tree and held on until now. I bet that he would be eliminated in 10 minutes, but my blood pressure. Did you see that just now? The Kazan tribe's hunters passed by him not far away, but they didn't notice him. Sigh. If it were me, I wouldn't notice it either. All the contestants in front of me were running for their lives. A normal person wouldn't do such a thing. Who would have thought that he was lying there motionless, almost merging with the tree? The saintess was amused by Lu Chun. She covered her face and laughed, only revealing her curved eyes. That number 83 is a bit interesting. The underling disdainfully said, Saintess, I think he is just lucky. I really admire him. Just now, Daipa didn't even see him. Is she blind? Another person said, luck is also a part of strength. He made us earn a lot of money from the bet. Speaking of the bet, this guy had indeed contributed his strength. Almost all the people who bet on him were focused on the 10 minutes and 20 minutes elimination options. Now that he had lasted for more than 20 minutes, the people who bet on him had already lost. The arena became more and more bloody, and the number of people who were eliminated continued to rise. At this time, the hunters couldn't find Lu Chun, but a contestant who was in a hurry saw the guy who merged with the tree. No way that is a human? That person couldn't believe his eyes. The caged beast arena had been going on for almost 40 minutes, and there was a person sleeping under the tree. This simply subverted his understanding. It's that human. At this point, if someone could completely hide himself for 5 minutes, it was absolutely crucial. Thinking of this, that person didn't say anything and rushed towards Lu Chun. Thank God, I can still meet this kind of idiot at this time. Human, become a stepping stone on my road to becoming a king. Chapter 631. Finally, someone discovered the person hiding under the tree. The saintess ordered her men to zoom in on Lu Chun's location. Her subordinates were shocked. Generally speaking, the most exciting fight would be from the perspective of the hunter. The hunter was powerful while the contestant was trying his best to survive. That was the most exciting fight. However, this time, the saintess was actually interested in that human. She didn't even look at the other hunters. It was really rare. Saintess, don't you need to pay attention to the number of people killed by the halberd? It doesn't matter. If she can't get first place, let her come to me to apologize. I think this kid is a bit interesting. At this time, the ambusher had already appeared in front of Lu Chun. The two immortal sabers in his hands were aimed at Lu Chun's face. At this time, a furry little thing drilled out from behind Lu Chun. It jumped up and bit the man's eyes. No one noticed that this human had a pet with him. Furthermore, this seemingly harmless little thing could move so quickly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The furry little thing bit the ambusher's eyes. The man was also very strong. He reacted quickly and quickly withdrew his attack. At the same time, he turned his head. However, the furry little thing was even faster. It was hard to get rid of it once it climbed onto the man's body. The furry little thing didn't bite the man's eyes. Instead, it bit the man's nose. What the hell is this? Or is it physical damage? Not only physical damage, but it also had a lot of debuffs. The man felt pain on his face. He wanted to roll on the ground to get rid of it. However, the furry little thing drilled into his back and bit his shoulder. It was a bloody mess. What is this thing? The furry little thing turned into a white shadow and shuttled back and forth on the man's body. Saber, sword, tyrant body domain. The man forcefully activated his skill. His whole body was covered in tyrant body chi. He finally managed to send the furry little thing flying. However, in just a few seconds, his body had been bitten in many places. His physical damage was more than 30%. Damn it, the man wanted to attack, but he changed his mind. If he fought with an unknown little monster, he might be seriously injured again. He still had some medicinal pills. His current injuries could still be treated. If he was seriously injured again, it would be troublesome. 5 minutes of concealment was no longer worth it when compared to the serious injuries on his body. The man covered his nose, and his hands were covered in blood. However, he also realized that the little monster did not chase after him. It seemed to be protecting the sleeping man and would not stray too far from him. After thinking for a while, that guy narrowed his eyes slightly. I won't waste my time with you, but don't think you'll have an easy time either. Water, splitting whirlwind blade. After saying that, the man brandished his 2 blades, drawing out several sword chi. He didn't attack Lu Chun. Instead, he released several streaks of sword chi towards Lu Chen's vicinity, destroying several houses before quickly disappearing. The underling of the Holy Lady snorted coldly. That fella sure is a coward. To think that he wouldn't dare to fight with that human. Another subordinate said, "It's not that he doesn't dare to fight. The most important thing for the contestants is to preserve their strength. That human's pet is quite strange. He didn't act rashly when he didn't know what was going on. That was a wise choice. Moreover, releasing a skill before leaving can also attract hunters. It's a way to kill with a borrowed knife." The Holy Lady nodded slightly. "Pearl hair clip, you should learn more from your sister. Don't just look at the surface of things." "Yes, Holy Lady, Pearl hair clip will remember. But why hasn't that man woken up yet? This is too abnormal." The Holy Lady shook her head. "He woke up a long time ago. Or rather, he didn't sleep at all. He just didn't make a move." On the screen, Little Fur Ball was lying on Lu Chen's shoulder. Lu Chen raised his hand to let Little Fur Ball jump onto his palm. He didn't open his eyes, but lightly said, "Great, I won again." Squeak, squeak, squeak. "Are you afraid that hunters will hear the sound and find me? Come on, I've been bored for a long time." The sneak attacker was moving towards the direction where there were fewer hunters. Just as he was about to flash away, dozens of chains quickly shuttled through space, blocking his path. Iron chain traversing. High heaven rank teleportation skill cannot pass through. The chains rolled like pythons and immediately sealed the man in the middle. Seeing the blood-red chains, the man's face suddenly turned pale. His eyes were filled with horror. Butcher. It's Butcher. All the contestants, if they couldn't avoid encountering hunters, the last thing they wanted to encounter was Butcher. That guy was so cruel that it made people tremble in fear. Sure enough, a fat figure leisurely appeared in front of Chains. His lidless eyes seemed especially deranged. "Ha, I caught a little baby. Now I have something to play with. This time I'm going to skin you alive." The contestant's legs trembled. In his mind, the scene of Butcher peeling off his skin and pulling out his tendons appeared. With a plop, the man knelt on the ground. "Butcher, don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Butcher's smile didn't change. As he spoke, he approached. "Oh, are you afraid? I can smell the fear on your body. I like it." At the critical moment of life and death, the contestant's mind turned quickly. Suddenly, he remembered an important clue. That human just now had a conversation with Butcher before the competition. Butcher also said that he would take special care of that kid. "Butcher, I'll tell you where number 83 is." You let me go." Butcher actually stopped in his tracks. "You said, number 83? That young human?" "Yes, that's him." Butcher thought for a moment and removed the chains. "Take me there." Okay, I'll lead the way." That guy's luck was surprisingly good. Lu Chen was still there. "Butcher, it's there. I didn't lie to you, right? Can you let me go now?" "Yes, scram." The man hurriedly fled, but suddenly, a sickle-shaped iron hook pierced his body from behind. The tip of the hook poked out from his lower abdomen. -3 for million. This was the damage to his health bar. At the same time, it caused 28% damage to his body. A strong pulling force came from behind. The man was directly pulled back by the chain. "Huh? Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you back?" The man was speechless for a long time. Wasn't he pulled back by Butcher's chain? You went back on your words. We clearly agreed that if I help you find number 83, you will let me go." "Yes, I let you go. However, I didn't say that I won't catch you again." Butcher's smile was abnormally terrifying. You want to escape from my hands? You must be dreaming. That human kid dares to be arrogant in front of me. I will let him see my means with his own eyes. Then, I will let him enjoy my special treatment in fear." With that, Butcher carried the chain and dragged the contestant in front of Lu Chen. At this time, more and more people were paying attention to this scene. Shuang Ling's heart was in her throat. Solipsistic didn't meet any hunters in 40 minutes. However, the first one he met was actually Butcher. The saintess elegantly raised her wine cup and gently took a sip. She smiled and said, "Kid, It seems that your luck has run out. Butcher special treatment. TSK, TSK, TSK. That's really disgusting. Chapter 632. Butcher stood in front of Lu Chun. Hey kid, I'll let you watch a good show first. I'll let you have a good taste of fear. Ha 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 ha. Have you ever seen someone skin and pull out tendons while they're still alive? That's too wonderful. Coupled with the screams and pleas. I'm excited just thinking about it. I've specially prepared this good show for you. Ha ha. Seeing Butcher's almost deranged state, many of the audience could not take it anymore. This guy was really a perverted demon. In front of his prey, he can only watch as others are tortured. This is murderous. Damn, really. With Butcher as the hunter in the future, I really can't participate in the battle of trapped beasts. It's too scary. The psychological pressure on the enemy is unimaginable. Thinking that he will die even more miserably in a while, I think that human guy will collapse before the fight even starts. And at this moment, Lu Chun spoke. I'm not watching. The group of people almost collapsed. What kind of trick was this? Closing his eyes and pretending that nothing happened? Even the noble saintess spat out the wine in her mouth before swallowing it. She could not help but laugh hysterically. This guy, I'm dying of laughter. He actually, he doesn't play by the rules. Butcher's arrogance seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water. His brain short-circuited, and he did not know what to say. You. The carefully prepared show was completely useless. This feeling was too sullen. Of course, this feeling quickly turned into an even more intense anger. You dare to make fun of me. Lu Chun also stood up. Are you sick in the head? Your eyes are on me. I can see whatever I want to see, and I can't see whatever I don't want to see. Why do you care? Every day, isn't it just dismemberment? You make it sound like it's some kind of technical skill. Do you think anyone can do it? What's there to see? If you turn into a pig, I might find it interesting. Let's see. Butcher was known for his cruelty, not his glib tongue. Lu Chun was not a talkative person, but when it came to rebuking people, he was not ambiguous at all. Butcher had never met such an arrogant contestant. Most people would run when they saw him, but this person directly scolded him. You stink from head to toe. Can't you take a shower? Do I have to kill people by suffocating them to death first before I can win? You? What did you say? I said you stink. You're obviously a pig, but you like a pig. If it wasn't for your stink at the entrance, I would have killed you. You're a disgrace. You're looking for death. U.S. Butchers, 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 butcher, 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 butcher of butts. Would it kill you to take a bath? I'll kill you. In the VIP lounge, the saintess was laughing so hard that she was hugging her stomach. Ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore. This guy's too funny. Butcher has never met such a person in his life. Ha ha. Lu Chun shook his head. You said you were going to kill me a long time ago. I've been waiting for you here for 40 minutes. As a result, I can't find you like a pig. Are you stupid? I'm just lying here, and you still need others to lead the way to find me? Sorry, I shouldn't have called you a pig. Even a pig is smarter than you. The guy who was hanging on the chain was stunned. Someone dared to talk big in front of Butcher? How big was this guy's heart? Who in the wildlands didn't know Butcher? Who didn't fear Butcher? Even if it was a super expert, they would at least be a little afraid of Butcher. But this guy didn't have a trace of fear and directly scolded Butcher as a pig. Seeing Butcher speechless for a long time, some people already felt that Butcher was a little pitiful. Butcher swung his hand and flung the person on the chain away. He didn't care about skinning a living person now. Even if he wanted to skin someone, it would be this human brat's skin. Very good. I've never seen such an arrogant guy like you. I'll make you regret it. I'll definitely make you regret it. I'll make you wish you were dead. For the next 2 hours, I'll slowly torture you. That's all you can say. Your knowledge is really lacking. But you're a pig after all. It's normal that you can't speak human language. Lu Chun sneered. What are you standing there for? Do you only know how to talk and not do anything? Butcher was about to explode. It was clearly that brat who had been talking, but he ended up being ridiculed for only knowing how to talk. Okay, then I'm coming. Iron chain crisscross. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chains in Butcher's hands shuttled through the air, forming 4 iron chain walls, trapping him and Lu Chun in this narrow space. There was no way to dodge in this mere area of a dozen square meters. The two of them had to engage in close combat. This place isn't big. It just so happens that I like this kind of narrow space. Games like this are more interesting. When it came to games, Butcher finally revealed a cruel and evil smile. Corpse poison deep sea domain. Within the chains, corpse poison exploded, filling up the entire space. Infinite lock. Shredding platform. A large number of chains shot toward Lu Chun from all directions without any pattern. The edge of the chain had already turned into a sharp blade. This skill was called Shredding Platform, and it lived up to its name. If one was trapped by these chains, they would probably be cut into pieces. Brat, don't worry. I'll leave you with one last breath. Butcher swung the chain in his hand, spinning the hook, and suddenly threw it out. Moon plucking heart, gouging hook. Butcher finally made his move. The Saintess had also finished laughing. It was finally time to make her move. She sighed slightly. Such an interesting person is going to die in Butcher's hands. I actually feel that it's a pity. As the only person who truly cared about Lu Chen's life and death, Shuang Ling was so nervous that she had difficulty breathing. Brother Kuang must win. At this moment, he was completely different from his previous sloppy appearance. It was as if he was a different person. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Lu Chen said coldly, "You want me to be afraid of you? Sorry, I'm afraid the one who should be afraid is you. I don't like to kill people. However, Butcher, you could be an exception." 6 divine transformations. With a boom, Lu Chen's body erupted with a dazzling golden light. However, this time, his eyes didn't change color. They were still clear. Ever since the battle with the Holy War Demon Reverend, Lu Chun could control his emotions better. He raised his hand. The limitless divine demon sword slowly rose. The countless chains around him actually trembled for a short moment. A king has appeared, and only I am supreme. Place of death. Dragon blood boiling. Infinite grace. Liberation. Chapter 633. Lu Chen's figure was so fast that it could not be seen clearly. He flashed past. -3,200,000. -3,600,000. -3,400,000. -3,500,000. For bestowal release, only dealt 13 million damage. What surprised Lu Chun was that the Butcher's HP was as high as 400 million. This HP was even higher than the Holy War Demon Commander. The Holy War Demon Commander was the demon race's great celestial commander. The demon race was strong, but the great celestial commander was even stronger. However, the Butcher's HP was 100 million higher than his. Perhaps this guy liked to dismember for some special reason that could strengthen his attributes. However, the Butcher's biggest mistake was that he trapped himself and Lu Chun in this small space. Lu Chun was not afraid of anyone in melee combat. 10 million damage was completely negligible to the Butcher. However, being counterattacked by this human made him furious. "Little bastard, you actually have some moves. If you can't kill me, you're dead." Lu Chun snorted coldly. "Can't kill you? You think too much. Isn't it just a domain that reduces the attack? Then try this. Shura, doppelganger. Triple void shatter." These 3 punches caused the entire desolate god palace to rumble. Countless surrounding buildings collapsed. The people hiding inside inexplicably found that the buildings collapsed just like that. Their faces were filled with horror. What's going on? Which hunter is it? What a terrifying aftershock. Which hunter is it? In the entire audience area, the audience only felt the seats shake violently. A gust of wind blew in their faces, carrying fine sand and gravel. The most shocked were the staff of the desolate god palace. Why did the domain lose its effect? What's going on? It seems like number 83 did it. I'm looking at his image. Impossible. How can he shatter all the domains and barriers? That attack has to be more than 1 billion. At the same time, the iron chain was completely shattered. Half of the butcher's fat body was missing. His right arm, right chest, lower abdomen, and right thigh had a big hole in it. Organs could be seen in the bloody hole. With a clang, the wine glass in the saint's hand fell to the ground. She involuntarily stood up from her seat, her eyes filled with shock. He broke the domain, barriers, and the iron chain. How much damage did he do? 1 billion or 2 billion? This guy is actually so strong. Zhu Hua's eyes were filled with shock. Is he really a human? He insta-killed Butcher? This is too unbelievable. Shuang Ling was alone in the preparation area, staring at the screen in shock. She knew that Lu Chun was strong. After all, she had seen him shatter the strength testing stone with her own eyes. The upper limit of the strength testing stone was 100 million, so he had to shatter at least 300 to 400 million. But the shock of shattering the strength testing stone last time was completely different from this time. The combined effects of multiple domains and barriers rendered all the contestants powerless. However, Solipsistic had shattered all the rules and restrictions with a single move. Even the 400 million HP Hunter Butcher was instantly killed. All of a sudden, Shuang Ling understood. Why would Brother Kuang so leisurely close his eyes to rest during the competition? He might even have fallen asleep, because he was really strong. Hunter, it turns out that Brother Kuang is the real hunter. He's waiting for his prey to take the bait. In the battlefield, an area of 100 meters had been cleared. The buildings here had all been cleared, leaving only Lu Chun and Butcher, who only had half of his body left. Lu Chen's 3 doppelgangers had returned to Lu Chen's body. If he didn't explain the difference, others might think that the 2 Azure doppelgangers were the same as ordinary doppelgangers. Butcher wasn't dead. Lu Chen's 3 punches had shattered the void, 1 punch had shattered the iron chains, and 1 punch had shattered the barrier. Only 1 punch had truly landed on Butcher's body. He had left Butcher with a single breath, but it was only a single breath. Butcher looked at his mutilated body in disbelief, then raised his head to look at Lu Chun. The fear in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Lu Chun shook his hand and raised his head to look at Butcher. I see fear in your eyes. This sentence was simply Butcher's opening statement. However, at this moment, it was indeed Lu Chun who was saying this to Butcher. Ow, how did you do it? I don't believe it. I don't believe that I didn't even have a chance to retaliate. Lu Chun looked at Butcher with a smile that wasn't a smile. You want to retaliate in front of me? What are you thinking? Do you know why I left you with a single breath? Butcher stared at Lu Chun. Lu Chun smiled and walked toward Butcher step by step. Don't you like to dismember others? Don't you like it when others beg for mercy? Since you like it so much, I'll let you have a taste too. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Butcher's face turned even paler. What do you want to do? Lu Chun held the infinite demon god sword and smiled at Butcher. Actually, if we're talking about cruelty, I'm crueler than you. With that, Lu Chun used triple door and arrived next to Butcher. He adjusted his attack ratio to the lowest. Even if Butcher didn't have much HP left, he could still hold on for a long time. Don't worry, I'll dismember you one part at a time. All right, you're more experienced. Which part should I dismember first? Do you have any suggestions? Butcher's eyes were filled with fear. This fellow actually asked him which part he wanted to start with. Just how crazy was this? Even he didn't think of it. I'm a hunter. You can't kill me? There are no rules here. Lu Chun smiled. He raised his sword and cut off Butcher's left forearm. Now the show begins. 2 minutes later, Lu Chun looked at Butcher on the ground and shook his head. He didn't really dismember Butcher into 8 pieces. He felt that it was a bit too cruel, and he couldn't do it. It seemed that not everyone could be a pervert. Lu Chun had killed countless people, but he had never dismembered a corpse like Butcher. However, Butcher didn't live up to expectations. Under the great fear and the damage to his body, he quickly lost all signs of life. His consciousness must have fainted. Since there was no way to scare him anymore, it didn't matter whether the corpse was dismembered or not. Lu Chun bestowed the Butcher with the gift of release, completely granting the Butcher freedom. This time, Lu Chun directly used physical damage. If nothing unexpected happened, Butcher should be dead in the real world. Standing up, Lu Chun shook his head. You've killed countless people for fun. Why did you faint when it came to yourself? It seems that you're not much stronger than others. The person that Butcher had captured earlier was hiding far behind a house to observe the battle. Seeing Lu Chun insta-kill Butcher, that guy's jaw almost dropped. F***CK. How can that human be so strong? Fortunately, I didn't fight him in the beginning. Otherwise, I'd be finished. Is this all he's got? That's too scary. Even hunters aren't his match. He actually scared Butcher to death. That's unbelievable. Lu Chun looked at that person from afar and didn't bother to pay attention to him. His gaze swept across the distance. Sighing, Lu Chun stretched and yawned. I've rested for almost an hour. It's time to move around. What about the other defenders? You want me to find them? Chapter 634. Lu Chun woke up, but the entire audience was silent. Did you guys see that? Contestant 83 scared Butcher to death. What scared him to death? He wanted to dismember Butcher, but Butcher couldn't hold on and fainted first. Didn't you say it the other way around? It should be Butcher who dismembered the contestant. No, you didn't feel the violent shaking just now, right? The desolate God Palace's domain was rearranged. The previous one was already destroyed by that guy. He deliberately left Butcher with his last breath. When he was about to dismember Butcher's corpse, Butcher died first. Everyone who heard this news felt their worldview collapse. This matter was too hard to understand. At the same time, in VIP Lounge 1, the Saintess was still in shock. Her subordinates whispered, "That guy is not only strong, but he's even more vicious than Butcher. Look at how gentle he is. He's really vicious." At this time, Zhu Yi whispered to the Saintess, "Saintess, should we inform Piercer to avoid that contestant 83? The Saintess finally recovered and nodded. Let's remind them. That guy's strength is above Piercer's, and he's vicious. He's not someone Piercer can deal with. Yes, Saintess. Hearing the conversation between her sister and the Saintess, Zhu Hua's brain short-circuited. Hunters had to avoid their prey. There was such a thing. It wasn't only the Saintess tribe that made this decision. The other factions also informed their hunters to avoid contestant 83. Piercer, pay attention to contestant 83. Avoid him. That guy is a homicidal maniac. He's currently looking for hunters to kill. Demon Tomb, avoid number 83 as soon as you see him. A super expert has appeared and killed Butcher's physical body. He's still looking for more hunters. Deepa, don't touch contestant 83. That guy is very strong. That tremor, just now, was caused by him breaking the domain and killing Butcher. The news was passed to the hunters, and everyone was shocked. A contestant chasing after a hunter to kill him? What the hell was this? Of course, this was a matter of face. There were still many people watching their performance. Even if they received the news, they couldn't show it in front of so many people. As long as they paid attention to the map, they could easily avoid number 83. In short, the hunter had determined that he couldn't provoke contestant number 83. Lu Chun walked between the scatter houses. Just now, he had clearly heard the sound of fighting. Why was there no one here when he rushed over? Strange. Where is he? Right now, there are still 48 participants. Although the desolate God Palace is not small, it shouldn't be to the extent that we can't meet a single person, right? If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to reveal too much of his strength in front of so many people, he would have opened his heavens eye to look for those hunters. On the way, Lu Chun encountered several big bosses, but compared to the hunters, it was obvious that these bosses' IQ was too low. It was not too difficult to avoid them. There are still 45 people. Lu Chun was depressed. There were clearly so many people, but he hadn't met a single one. Suddenly, a loud sound came from not far away, and the ground shook. Lu Chun excitedly used his movement technique and rushed over. This time, their luck was good. A female hunter had just killed a contestant. The halberd pierced through the contestant's body and threw him far away. His body was probably seriously injured. At this time, Lu Chun was standing opposite her, and he could see it clearly. The saint's heart was in her throat. Lu Chun had met none other than her tribe's halberd. What's going on? Didn't I tell her to stay away from contestant 83? Why is she still so careless? Saintis, Halberd, and Devil Tomb killed the same number of people. Halberd probably wanted to kill a few more people. Among the major forces, there was also competition. That was to see who could kill more hunters. There was even a bet between the major forces. It was just that this kind of thing wasn't made public, so others didn't know about it. As a result, in order to kill one more person, she encountered contestant 83. At this time, Halberd looked at Lu Chun. Her luck was good. A stupid guy actually ran in front of her. But she immediately received a message from Pearl Flower. This person was contestant 83. Contestant 83? No wonder he dared to take the initiative to appear. He was here to kill her. At this time, what should she do? Fight? The Saintess had personally said not to touch that guy. The Saintess' vision would never be wrong. She shouldn't be this guy's opponent. Run? Running in front of so many people, wouldn't that be a loss of face for the Saintess tribe? At this time, Halberd suddenly covered his eyes with one hand and shouted, "Ah, it hurts. This guy's blinding effect is so strong. After such a long time, I still can't recover my vision." Lu Chun was stunned. What was going on? The other party was blinded? Halberd took a few steps back. Leaning on the ground, she sighed, "Forget it. Let's take a rest first. Wait for the blinding effect to disappear. Then we'll kill the other contestants." After that, Halberd teleported and ran away. Lu Chun frowned. What was going on? It wasn't easy to catch a hunter, but that guy was blinded by a contestant. Blinding was blinding, but why did he run so fast? Lu Chun shook his head. After thinking about it, he decided not to chase. The Desolate God Palace had rearranged the restriction domain. It would be very troublesome for him to catch up with the other party. Lu Chun found several hunters, but these people either didn't see him or they were blinded. Those who had no spiritual energy had to restore their spiritual energy, and those who were in a bad state wanted to restore their spiritual energy. In short, Lu Chun didn't have a chance to make a move. Lu Chun was also a sly person. He thought about it and decided to take the method of waiting for the rabbit to appear and hide in a house. Sure enough, not long after, a hunter flattened the house with a knife. There is no one here. What luck! Where did the rest of the contestants go? I must hurry up and kill a few more. The hunter stood 4 or 5 meters in front of Lu Chun and left with a regretful face. Hey, I'm not a human. Are your eyes blind? I'm standing here and you can't see me? Lu Chun collapsed. That guy didn't wait for him to speak and had already left. It's not that I want to say this, but with your eyes, you really don't deserve to be hunters. Didn't you say that you have the full map? You can't even see this. You're too weak. Lu Chun angrily complained. In the end, Lu Chun also gave up. With an hour left, he began to kill the bosses in the Desolate God Palace. The bosses here didn't drop equipment, but they dropped leveling materials. This was Lu Chun's exclusive drop and had not been canceled. I can only level up. In the end, they will find me the most. However, Lu Chun killed all 30 bosses. No one came to disturb him. Congratulations to contestant number 83 for becoming the only survivor of the trapped beast arena. A voice sounded in the Desolate God Palace. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The 9 hunters stood together. Everyone had a tacit understanding. Everyone knew that it wasn't contestant number 83 who survived, but them. It's finally over. I've never participated in such a frightening trapped beast arena in my life. Deepa wiped the sweat on his forehead. Yeah, we had to kill players and hide from that guy. It wasn't easy for us. Fortunately, there were some bosses for him to kill. He finally found something to do. Otherwise, what would we do if he really chased after us? Chapter 635. Lu Chun was called to the open space in the middle of the Desolate God Palace. As usual, the host was going to interview the winner. At this time, the hunters were also standing opposite Lu Chun in a row, giving off a strong sense of oppression, just like when they appeared. The host walked to Lu Chun's side and said, "First of all, congratulations to contestant number 83. With his extraordinary wisdom, strategy, and strength, He survived from the hands of the 9 powerful hunters and became the only surviving contestant. The hunters' faces were not looking good. What kind of wisdom did this guy have? What strategy did he have? He slept in the arena for an hour and spent the rest of the time fighting bosses to level up. The host also avoided talking about the butcher's matter. 10 hunters had now become 9. Next, let's take a look at Mr. Solipsistic 83's bet. The host opened the betting panel and zoomed in. The amount of money bet on number 83 is still very large. 63% of the bets were eliminated within 10 minutes, and 99% of the bets were eliminated within an hour. There's also a spirit stone bet on number 83 winning the championship. Friend, you're really lucky. You earned 10,000 spiritual stones with just 1 spiritual stone. Is this friend here? If so, please come to the stage. Lu Chan shook his head. Don't look for it. This spirit stone is my bet. Don't waste time. Hurry up and give me the prize money. The host's heart skipped a beat. This demon seemed to be a little impatient. Although he looked gentle, the scene of him killing the butcher just now could not help but make people feel afraid of him. Even the hunters did not dare to look into this guy's eyes, and the host was even more so walking on thin ice. Oh, that's no problem. Then, congratulations to Mr. Solipsistic for winning the huge prize. Someone immediately brought up a box of spirit stones. In addition to the 10,000 spirit stones that Lu Chen won, a total of 30,000 spirit stones filled the box. The real thing was like cash, giving people an even greater shock. Wow, I'm really rich. 30,000 spirit stones. It's already comparable to the assets of a small force. With so many spirit stones, I won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of my life. Lu Chun only casually glanced at the spirit stones, kept them in his backpack, and then turned to leave the desolate god palace. In the preparation area, Shuangling was the only one left. When she saw that Lu Chun had returned to the preparation area, Shuangling threw herself onto Lu Chun in tears. Brother Kuang, you scare me to death. What's wrong? Lu Chun asked softly. Shuangling's eyes were red and swollen as she looked around. At this moment, Lu Chun noticed that the ground of the preparation area was covered in blood. A few people were dragging a few corpses out of the area. Out of 100 people, he was the only one who survived, which meant that 99 people had been defeated. Among the defeated, many of them had died. The preparation area hadn't been cleaned up yet, and the blood on the ground had yet to dry, giving off the smell of blood. One could imagine how much pressure Shuangling must have felt when she saw the corpses being sent back one after another. Lu Chen smiled and patted Shuangling's head. Silly girl, do you think I'm silly? If I didn't have confidence, I wouldn't have participated in this kind of competition. Do you want me to tell you the truth? Lu Chun looked at Shuangling in surprise. What truth? You're really silly. You're still sleeping during the competition. That time, when someone attacked you, I was almost scared to death. And the butcher, you deliberately provoked him. I thought you were dead. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. This girl didn't understand him, and she didn't understand Harry Ball either. I wanted to defeat a few hunters so that I could leave a deeper impression on the major forces. There are some things I'm looking for in the wildlands. If I can establish a relationship with the natives, it should be twice the result with half the effort. As for the butcher, I don't like that kind of bastard. This time, I'll let him have a taste of what it's like to kick a steel plate. Well, I'm back now, and we have money. Let's heal your injuries and go find the tomb of the god of sin. Shuangling looked at Lu Chun in astonishment. Silly? No. She now understood that Brother Kuang was smarter than anyone else. Lu Chun seemed to be careless during the competition, but in fact, he already had his own plans. He didn't put the ordinary contestants in his eyes. His goal had always been the hunters. When he came out of the preparation area, Lu Chun was stopped by 2 women. Solipsistic, our saintess wants to see you. Shuangling froze for a moment. The saintess actually wanted to see Brother Kuang in person. Brother Kuang's plan was successful. She turned her head and saw Lu Chun smiling. Okay, let's go. Only you can go. This woman stays. The person said with an inviolable tone. This is my sister. I don't feel at ease leaving her here alone. If you don't let her go, then I won't see her. Lu Chun didn't budge an inch. Don't think that just because you have some ability, you can go against the Saintess. Lu Chun coldly snorted. His eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. So, you want to take her away by force? Facing Lu Chen's gaze, Zhu Hua slightly narrowed her eyes. In a one-on-one fight, she wasn't this guy's opponent. But behind her was the Saintess tribe. In the wilderness, no one dared to be rude to the Saintess tribe. At this time, she received a message. The message only had one sentence. Agree to him. In the first VIP room, Lu Chun and Shuang Ling entered the hall under the guidance of Zhu Hua. The hall had a compartment. Outside the room, there were 20 to 30 guards wearing all kinds of equipment. Among them, there was also a hunter. The Saintess is inside. She wants to see you alone. Lu Chun didn't let go of Shuang Ling's hand. He didn't feel at ease leaving Shuang Ling here alone. At this time, a sweet voice came from the inner room. Our Saintess tribe has always been fair. With our strength, even if we are enemies, we will declare war in advance. Your sister's life, compared to the reputation of our Saintess tribe, which one do you think is more important? Lu Chen slightly frowned. At this time, Shuang Ling gently pulled Lu Chen's sleeve. Guanggu, the Aborigines are very honest. Not to mention, this is the Saintess tribe. Since they have guaranteed my safety, there won't be any problems. You can rest assured. Lu Chen nodded and entered the inner room. Opening the bead curtain, he saw a white figure with her back facing him. There was no one else around. Lu Chen was slightly surprised. This Saintess' courage was quite big. She actually dared to see him alone. Was she not afraid that he would kidnap her? Solipsistic, didn't you say that you want me to pay more attention to you? Do you have a deal with me? Come here. Lu Chen walked to the opposite side of the Saintess. Please sit down. The Saintess stood up and personally poured a cup of tea for Lu Chen. As soon as he saw the tea, Lu Chen's mind thought of the plus 50 spiritual power. Without any hesitation, he drank it. However, the plus 50 spiritual power didn't appear. The Saintess didn't see through Lu Chen's mental activity. She poured another cup for him and then sat opposite to Lu Chen. Your performance has indeed attracted my attention. So, I want to ask you, what do you want from me? With that, the Saintess lifted her jade finger and took off her veil. Chapter 636. Lu Chen was a little excited. The Saintess was going to take off her veil in front of him. From those eyes, that pleasant voice, and that enchanting body. Even if her facial features were slightly lacking, the Saintess was definitely a beauty among beauties. After taking off her veil, Lu Chen was shocked by the Saintess' delicate facial features. A pair of clear eyes, a high nose bridge, fresh and tender lips, and a slightly angular jaw. Although her facial features looked perfect, why did it feel a little weird? The Saintess looked at Lu Chen's stunned expression and did not mind. She smiled and said, Do you feel weird looking at my face? Lu Chen spat out the tea in his mouth. The Saintess' voice was low and magnetic. A man. The Saintess was a man. He was an extremely beautiful man. Even though Lu Chen was a resourceful person, when he saw the Saintess, his mind was still in a mess. The Saintess smiled. Her movements were still elegant as she poured Lu Chen another cup of tea. Don't be surprised. Our Saintess tribe has been passed down for many years. Other than the previous Saintesses who were real women, almost all the descendants are like me. Why? Lu Chen asked. The Aragami are men. Usually, men can better inherit the Aragami's ability. When the Aragami fell, there were still many men in our tribe who inherited the Aragami's ability. However, as time passed, those men died or left the Saintess tribe. This kind of inheritance is getting harder and harder. So, in order to preserve the Aragami's bloodline as much as possible, the Saintess became a man like me. This way, she can better inherit the Aragami's ability. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not expect the Saintess tribe to have such a secret history. The Aragami's ability can only be inherited by men? Yes. Lu Chen nodded. Well, this was someone else's family matter. It had nothing to do with him. You don't have to tell me this, right? Lu Chan frowned slightly. People say that the more you know, the faster you die. You're burdening me by telling me so much. The saintess smiled. Our saintess tribe has always been honest when dealing with others. Of course, we rarely deal with outsiders like you. That's why you're so shocked. If you feel uncomfortable talking to you like this, I can put on a veil. Lu Chun shook his head. It's okay. I don't mind. The saintess smiled. All right. Can you tell me what you want from me now? Fiend God Lotus Heart Fragment. The saint's eyes widened. This fellow was truly honest. A fragment of the demonic Lotus Heart. Do you know what that is? Lu Chun nodded. I know. That's why I want to find it. Then do you know that the fragments are distributed among the various factions? It's impossible to gather all of them. Moreover, even if you can recover the Fiend God Lotus Heart, the equipment's effect will be very ordinary. Lu Chun obviously knew that the Fiend God Lotus Heart's true power could only be unleashed with the Fiend God mixed cultivation technique. Others didn't have the cultivation technique, but he did. Unfortunately, Lu Chun couldn't be honest with the saintess about this topic. How do you know the effects of the Fiend God Lotus Heart? I also obtained some information from ancient books. All in all, the treatment that this equipment enjoys is actually far beyond its own ability. Perhaps its existence is more of a symbolic meaning. It's also because of this that some fragments are scattered all over the place. Lu Chun finally understood this point. If everyone knew how powerful the Fiend God Lotus Heart was, they would definitely treat it as a treasure. The various factions wouldn't lose their own fragments. It was precisely because people didn't know the true power of the Fiend God Lotus Heart that people would secretly trade it or simply lose it. You don't have to worry about that. I just want to know if you have any fragments of the Fiend God Lotus Heart. Lu Chun asked. No, but I know where the savage land is. The holy maiden smiled faintly. What's the price? Lu Chun went straight to the point. 20,000 spiritual stones. Also, I need you to do something for me. 20,000 spiritual stones is fine. What do you need me to do? Lu Chun looked at the saintess. Break the curse of the savage land. Lu Chun frowned and waited for the saintess to continue. The natives of the savage land are very strong. You should have heard of that. However, we can only live here for generations. The people outside can come in and out, but we can't. We can't leave the savage land at all. This is a formation that the desolate god left behind to protect his descendants. This protection, after thousands of years, became a kind of restriction. We can't leave the savage land and can't enter the higher heavens. Lu Chun frowned. Shuang Ling once said that the natives were very strong, but they never challenged the heaven-reaching tower. So this was the real reason. Why don't you break the curse yourselves? Only outsiders can do it. Firstly, we are not allowed to do so in name. We are suspected of disobeying our ancestors. Secondly, we can't do it. The curse is hidden in our blood. As long as we are natives, we more or less have the desolate god's blood. The stronger we are, the purer our blood. In front of the desolate god's curse, we are powerless. Lu Chun frowned. That's not right. I help you break the curse, and you tell me the location of the Fiend God Lotus Heart, and you're charging me an extra 20,000 spiritual stones. That's too much. Haha, solipsistic, you just said the Fiend God Lotus Heart fragment. You didn't say you only wanted information. Lu Chun was stunned. The saintess meant that if he could help them break the curse, the saintess tribe would help him get the Fiend God Lotus Heart. Solipsistic, I've already told you the effect of the Fiend God Lotus Heart, and you still want to find it. This means that it is very important to you. So, I believe that you won't refuse my offer. I refuse, Lu Chun said directly. I can find it myself. You can't find it. Only we can enter that place. Is it related to the desolate god's blood? Lu Chun asked. That's right. Even if people from the higher heavens come down, they can't enter that place. This time, it was Lu Chun's turn to be silent. If what the saintess said was true, Lu Chun knew that he wouldn't be able to get the fragment in a short period of time. The curse and the fragment were things that both of them wanted, but it just so happened that only the other party could get it. It seemed that it would be difficult for this deal to not go through. Lu Chun took a step back. I won't waste any more time. If I can't get the fiend god Lotus Heart, it's only my problem. But the curse is related to your entire tribe and the fate of all the natives. These two things aren't even on the same level. How about this? Save the 20,000 spiritual stones. Give me an extra 5 million spiritual stones. Also, you need to provide me with all the materials, time, and information. Okay. The saintess smiled with satisfaction. Lu Chun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The seller agreed so quickly. It usually meant that the price wasn't cut well. He thought that this condition was already very excessive, but he was still cheated. What a profiteer. Chapter 637. The saintess was very satisfied with the result of the deal. She smiled and said, although it's still too early for you to break the curse with your current strength, since you've agreed, then this deal is done. You say that I'm not strong enough? Then why are you talking to me about this condition so early? The saintess stood up and walked to the side, looking out the window. You have to make money when doing business. You can't wait for everyone to see that this is a profitable business. I'm taking advantage of the fact that you're not familiar with the wildlands and you're not that strong. The price now is the lowest. Once you've grown, you'll definitely not agree to 5 million. Lu Chun shook his head. When it came to doing business, he was indeed not an expert. However, he was also a person who understood everything. If I die, then naturally you won't lose anything. So, your business is definitely profitable. That's right. The saintess tribe was indeed honest. She did not even hide her thoughts. However, Lu Chun just smiled. Actually, even if you don't give me the money, as long as you tell me the location of the demonic Lotus Heart, I might not necessarily not agree to your conditions. The saintess smiled. Money will come back after it's gone. What you're after is the pinnacle of strength. Lu Chun smiled and did not say anything. It was a tacit agreement. In real life, Lu Chun was already a billionaire. Moreover, he was different from other billionaires. No one could replace his position. He was under the protection of the global authorities. Even if he left the Jiutian now, the money would not be used up in a few lifetimes. In the game, earning money had never been difficult for him. The saintess felt that she had made a profit by using 5 million to settle this matter. However, she did not know that Lu Chun did not care about this at all. He was more interested in seeing this so-called origami bloodline curse. Interesting. The saintess smiled. The more you act like this, the more I look forward to your performance. Solipsistic catch. After saying that, the saintess threw a token over. The token had the words Saintess Tribe written on it. Show me this token. If you need anything else, you can directly exchange it with the Holy Maiden Tribe's trading officer. We have trading officers in every town. You can ask around and you'll find them. Other than that, no one in the wildlands will dare to provoke you. But you also have to remember that the most terrible thing in the barren land is not people. When you feel that you could defeat a stage 4 domain boss, come find me at the Saintess Tribe. I will tell you about the curse in detail and complete our final deal. Also, don't tell anyone about my identity. Otherwise, I'll kill you with my own hands. After the saintess finished speaking, she turned her back to Lu Chun and gently put on her veil. Her pleasant female voice returned. You can leave now. Lu Chun stood up, looked at the token in his hand, and then left the saintess's room. After traveling for 2 hours, Lu Chun and Shuang Ling returned to their residence. With the money, Lu Chun first booked 2 heavenly rooms. The next day, the two of them went to the town to find the trading officer arranged by the Holy Maiden Tribe and bought a large number of medicinal herbs. After giving these medicinal herbs to Little Green, the only thing left was to wait. On the same day, Little Green refined a batch of medicinal pills to help Shuang Ling recover. Shuang Ling was cultivating in the room when Little Green returned to Lu Chen's room. Boss, when I went with you to pick medicinal herbs, I noticed something. What's the matter? Lu Chen asked. The Saintess Tribe doesn't seem to have many high-level alchemists, so the medicinal herbs they sell are much cheaper than the finished pills. The same is true for the purchase price. The medicinal herbs are cheap, and the pills are much more expensive. In other words, we can buy their medicinal herbs and sell them after I refine them into pills. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Use their medicinal herbs to refine pills and sell them? Hiss. Are you sure you won't lose money? If it were other alchemists, I wouldn't dare to guarantee it, but I am confident that I won't lose money and can even make a little bit of spirit stones. It doesn't matter if you can't make money. The key is that your alchemy skills have improved. Yes, I've taken a look. The 3 skills of medicine and poison can all be upgraded in this way. However, I need a startup fund to buy the medicinal herbs at the beginning. Lu Chen naturally trusted Little Green. Lu Chen immediately gave the Saintess token to Little Green and gave her 20,000 spirit stones. I don't need so much. Just give me 5,000. It's okay. I don't usually use spirit stones. With this token, you should be safe here and can also buy medicinal herbs yourself. Okay, then when Miss Shuang Ling recovers, I will start. Lu Chen smiled slightly. He didn't expect Little Green to find this loophole. During the few days when Shuang Ling was healing, Lu Chen began to learn about the Divine Tomb Secret Realm from Shuang Ling. The entrance to the Divine Tomb Secret Realm will open in 20 days, and the entrance will be open for 3 days. After 3 days, the entrance will be closed whether you come out or not. Lu Chen nodded. 3 days should be more than enough to explore a secret realm. However, Shuang Ling still added, Brother Kuang, in fact, I guess that if I can find the information, it means that others can also find it. Maybe this time, the Divine Tomb Secret Realm is open, and there are more than the 2 of us. It doesn't matter. Secret realms are like this. Everyone can enter, but it depends on who has the ability to get the things. Have a good rest, and we will set off in a few days. 5 days later, Shuang Ling's physical injuries had healed. In order to ensure Little Green's safety, Lu Chen left Little Green with Little Furball. With Little Furball's protection, the Saintess tribe token, and the protection of the inn, Little Green was almost safe. After the arrangements were made, Lu Chen and Shuang Ling set off. According to the information Shuang Ling had, the location of the Divine Tomb Secret Realm was in the uninhabited wilderness. The conditions in the wilderness were particularly harsh. Along the way, there were countless cliffs, swamps, and torrents. The journey was long, and it might take 2 to 3 months on foot. They had to ride him out. Shuang Ling's mount was a 30 to 40 meter long carp with feathered wings. After the fish rose, the surrounding water vapor turned into ice crystals. At first glance, it looked as if it was shrouded in a layer of ice. Shuang Ling, what kind of mount is yours? I don't think I've seen it before. Shuang Ling smiled slightly. Brother Kuang, my mount is very rare. It's an orange mount called the Luo fish. It has the body of a fish and the wings of a bird. Its voice is like a mandarin duck. Lu Chen nodded. It looks good. Brother Kuang, what's your mount? Lu Chen thought for a moment and summoned 9-winged. A giant dragon hovered in the air, its eyes wide open as it glared at the Luo fish not far away. Shuang Ling screamed, Aya, Xiaoguo, what are you doing? In front of 9-winged, the Luo fish was forced to land. Lu Chen was also a little embarrassed. 9-winged really had a bad temper. He didn't even let his friend use his mount. 9-winged were on the same side. Don't bully Shuang Ling, Lu Chen glared at 9-winged. 9-winged felt wronged. It wasn't his fault that others were afraid of him. There was no other way. The Luo fish didn't dare to fly. Lu Chen could only pull Shuang Ling to sit on the dragon's head and fly to their destination. Brother Kuang, where did you get this 9-winged celestial dragon? Oh, I synthesized it in the pet dungeon at level 1. Level 1. 9-winged is considered a top mount in level 4. Shuang Ling's eyes widened. Lu Chen thought of the first time he escaped from the demon fortress. At that time, there were 4 or 5 mounts that didn't need to be forced to land. It seemed that 9-winged needed to improve his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as the strongest mount. 10 days later, the 2 arrived in the sky above a forest. At this time, there were still 5 days before the Divine Tomb Secret Realm opened, but many people had already gathered in this area. What shocked Lu Chen was that there were about 400 to 500 people here, and there were more than 100 mounts. None of them were lower in quality than nine-winged. Without a doubt, those who could have mounts of this level were all super powerhouses. Luchan narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that this trip to the Divine Tomb might not be easy. Chapter 638. The underground area was a rocky area. Everyone was hovering above the area. On one hand, they were inspecting the underground area. On the other hand, they were guarding against others. The people here were very clear that even if this was not the savage land, they could not rule out the possibility of someone eradicating their competitors in advance. The Divine Tomb Secret Realm was many levels higher than the U.S. Secret Realm. The treasures inside were definitely worth fighting for. There's still 5 days before it opens, and there are already so many people. Lu Chun secretly observed these people. In the distance, he saw a few familiar people. Saintis tribe, Kazan tribe. They're here too. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Brother Kwong, once the secret realm opens, everyone will rush in immediately. After entering the secret realm, many people will immediately set up traps at the entrance to obstruct the people behind. So it's important to come here in advance to seize the advantageous terrain. Lu Chun could also imagine this situation. The competition now was not as simple as before. It was a matter of life and death. It was normal to use all kinds of methods. Where's the entrance? I don't know. The news I received is that the Divine Tomb Secret Realm opened for the first time recently. That means there's no experience to be used. Everyone is at the same starting line. Lu Chun noticed that many others were hovering at a low altitude. They must be occupying a good position to be the first to rush in when the secret realm opens. They also sent many people to investigate the ground. These people used various tools and treasures to try to find out the location of the entrance in advance. Lu Chun immediately let 9 wings fly high. There was no one in the sky, so it was better to avoid being sneak attacked. Heaven's Eye. Lu Chun suddenly opened the Heaven's Eye on his forehead. Shuang Ling, pay attention to the surroundings. I'll see if I can find some clues. Shuang Ling was already used to it. Solipsistic had too many tricks up his sleeves. Until now, he could still take out things that she had never seen before. Now was not the time to ask questions. Shuang Ling agreed and became vigilant of the surroundings. After opening the Heaven's Eye, the world in Lu Chen's eyes became different from what he saw with the naked eye. The flow of spirit qi on the ground was very strange. In addition to the spirit qi emitted by the plants on the ground, there was also a large amount of spirit qi gushing out from ground. The amount was far greater than normal. The tomb of the god of sin is right here, but where is the entrance? Wait a minute, there seems to be a pattern to the dispersing spiritual energy. 9 wings fly higher. On top of the flying white tiger, Zhu Hua came to report, Saintis, Solipsistic, and the others have also come. They seem to know that they are not strong enough, so they are flying higher and higher. It seems that they are afraid of being attacked. The holy maiden's clear and resplendent eyes looked towards the horizon. They're here too? He actually knows that the tomb of the gods is open. I reckon they also want a share of the loot. They're right there. That brat actually has a 9-winged heavenly dragon. The subordinate pointed to the sky. The holy maiden looked into the distance and saw Lu Chun and the others. Interesting. His strength isn't ranked at the top here. Let's focus on the teams of experts. All right, tell Halberd and the others to expand their search area. They must find the entrance. The first to grab the entrance will have a better chance of winning. Yes, Saintis. Many teams saw Lu Chen's 9-winged heavenly dragon. Although his mount couldn't be said to be of higher quality than the others, it was still the most eye-catching one. TCH, do you see that 9-winged heavenly dragon over there? Look at how scared he is. He's just flying high up in the sky. If he's so scared of us, why didn't he come here to fight for the treasure? He's flying so high. If the secret realm opens, he'll definitely be the last to enter. Lu Chun didn't know that so many people were talking about him. He was currently carefully observing the direction of the spiritual energy. Only by standing high could he see more clearly. The spiritual energy overflow in the entire area is uniform. I can't see where it's especially abundant. That means it's not the entrance. Lu Chen frowned. After a moment of observation, Lu Chen discovered that the spiritual energy was rising upwards and then being blown towards the southeast by the northwest wind. Everything had spiritual energy, and spiritual energy was almost weightless. It was similar to air. When the wind blew, it would naturally fly in the direction of the wind. After searching for a long time, Lu Chun still couldn't find anything unusual. Brother Kwong, what are you looking at? I'm analyzing the direction of the spiritual energy. Those guys on the ground should be using the same method to try to find the possible entrance to the secret realm in advance. You can even see the spiritual energy. Aya, the wind here is so strong. Shuangling's hair was blown into a mess. Lu Chen glanced at Shuangling's appearance and smiled. Although her hair was messy, it had a different style. In the next few days, dozens of teams arrived. Lu Chen noticed that some people's mounts landed far away. Those people took a look at the situation here and turned around to leave. It turned out that not everyone who came was strong, but those who stayed were strong. In these 2 days, Lu Chen still didn't stop trying to find the entrance, but he didn't find anything. Brother Kwong, should we go down? I feel that the wind here is getting stronger and stronger these 2 days. Shuangling's hair and clothes didn't stop for a moment. What she was doing now was to constantly tidy up her hair. In the end, she directly froze her hair. I'm so angry. Lu Chen looked at Shuangling's angry look and felt that it was very cute. However, that night, Shuangling suddenly pulled Lu Chen's sleeve. Brother Kwong, the ice on my hair has been removed. Shuangling was shocked. As the ice melted, my ice won't melt. The surrounding water vapor will constantly replenish the frozen state. Something is absorbing the spiritual energy in my ice magic. Lu Chen frowned. Brother Kwong, if I'm not wrong, we should be looking for the entrance in the wrong direction. Shuangling whispered. At first, we all felt that the tomb of the god of sin must contain a lot of spiritual energy. When looking for the entrance, we would naturally look for the place where the spiritual energy overflows. That's where the entrance is. But there might be something in the tomb of the god of sin that has been absorbing spiritual energy. The wind here might be formed in this way. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Shuangling's words made sense. Brother Kwong, let 9 wings fly higher and see where the wind is the strongest. Then, use your heaven's eye to observe. By the way, don't rise too quickly or will attract the attention of others. Lu Chen nodded and let 9 wings quietly climb up. Fortunately, no one paid attention to their 2-man team. They thought that there were too many people and they were afraid of trouble and went higher. An altitude of 4,000 meters, the wind speed was the strongest. 9 wings had to spread his 9 pairs of wings to maintain balance. Lu Chen immediately let 9 wings fly at the same altitude. Lu Chen quickly opened his heaven's eye. A large amount of spiritual energy was moving in one direction and then quickly disappeared. The entrance. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Shuangling, I really underestimated you. You found the entrance. Chapter 639. The area where spiritual energy was constantly pouring and was most likely the entrance to the tomb of the god of sin. However, in order to prevent others from noticing the abnormality, Lu Chen quickly returned to a height of 2,000 meters and pretended to wait for the tomb of the god of sin to open. Late that night, many people in the surrounding teams were already resting, but there were still many people on night duty. Lu Chen whispered to Shuangling, Shuangwu, can your ice-type spell seal the entrance? Yes, but there are too many experts here. If it's an ordinary spell, it might be shattered very quickly. Unless we have time to set up the ice mirror illusion array and combine it with the mirror illusion, it will take them at least half an hour to break the array. Lu Chen nodded. Shuangling's ice-type spell seemed quite powerful. How long will it take to set up the ice mirror illusion array? 30 to 40 minutes. Lu Chen frowned. Even if the others did not find the entrance immediately, once the entrance opened, those guys would quickly enter the tomb of the god of sin within a few minutes. Since it's too late to set up the array inside the tomb of the god of sin, we'll set it up outside the entrance. Lu Chan suddenly said, "We've already determined the location of the entrance in advance. If we set up the array near the entrance, we can still delay them from entering the tomb of the god of sin. Set up the array near the entrance first. When the entrance opens tomorrow, inject spiritual energy and let the array take effect. But Brother Kwong, if we set up the array now, others will see it. I'll take you there. Xiao Min, attach yourself to Shuang Ling and make her invisible." A little ghost jumped onto Shuang Ling. "Brother Kwong, you have a ghost pet?" Lu Chun smiled slightly, then saw Shuang Ling disappear in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Then he changed into the black outfit Demon King descends that the Balrog gave him. At the same time, he left a clone on nine-winged and deliberately stood in a conspicuous position. Lu Chan said, "Shuang Ling, I'll take you to set up the array. Brother Kwong, if Nine-Wing stays here, how are we going to go up?" "I'll carry you there," Lu Chan said and hugged Shuang Ling's waist with one hand. "Brother Kwong, where are you hugging?" Lu Chan was speechless. Now that Shuang Ling was invisible, he wouldn't be able to see it without using his celestial vision. Just now, he had been careless and misjudged the position, causing his hand to drop a little. Your legs are a bit long, sorry." After adjusting his position, Lu Chun spread his wings and soared into the sky. Combat flight. This skill was obtained from the 4 treasure chests in the Suboriginator's lair. Lu Chun had never used it before, but now he finally had a chance to use it. Taking advantage of the night, the two of them quickly shot toward the entrance. The closer they got to the entrance, the stronger the wind became. Lu Chun had no choice but to hug Shuang Ling with both hands. At an altitude of 4,500 meters, it was currently nighttime. The people below could no longer see such a distance. Shuang Ling starts setting up the formation. "Brother Kwong, the wind is so strong. You hold me tight. Don't worry, I won't let you fall." Lu Chun hugged Shuang Ling tightly. 1.5 hours later, Lu Chun and Shuang Ling returned to Nine Wings. The two of them observed the surroundings and didn't seem to find anything unusual. They just had to wait for the mystery land to open tomorrow. At dawn the next day, no one was resting. All the people searching for the entrance on the ground were recalled. All the teams preparing to enter the tomb of the god of sin were fully alert and ready for battle. Brace yourselves. The mystery land will open before 8 o'clock in the morning, but no one knows the exact time. Once the entrance is discovered, it's likely that all the teams will rush to the entrance. At that time, a fierce battle will be inevitable. Understood, Captain? Check your equipment, status, and elixirs. Always pay attention to the location of the entrance. Anyone who discovers the entrance doesn't need to report to me. You can command your mount to charge. Yes, Captain. Our Kazan tribe must win the treasure hunt in the tomb of the god of sin. Are the array-breaking team and the array-setting team ready? Not only do we have to break the traps left by the people in front of us, but we also have to make more trouble for the people behind us. Hero, we are all ready. An unusually tense atmosphere filled the air. At the same time, Lu Chun had his 9-winged tiger slowly climb up. After 10 minutes, it had flown up 200 to 300 meters. Look at those two humans. They're really going all out. They're retreating further and further away. What can those two do? It's already good enough that they can come out alive. Don't worry about them. Pay attention to the surroundings. The entrance may open at any time. At 7:17 in the morning, there was a sudden gust of wind. Everyone became nervous. This was a sign that the entrance was about to open. The entrance would appear soon. A moment later, the earth shook. Countless air currents rushed into the sky. Even the trees on the ground were uprooted and rushed into the sky. Everyone could feel a strong suction force from above. The holy maiden widened her eyes and looked up. At this moment, a giant dragon was rushing toward the center of the vortex. Solipsistic? Oh no, the entrance is in the sky. Flying tiger, go after it. The holy maiden was the first to react. The flying tiger flapped its wings and rushed into the sky. This guy, he already knew that the entrance was nearby. The holy maiden gritted her teeth. She had underestimated the solipsistic. The Holy Maiden tribe had already rushed out. The other teams also reacted and chased after them. We'll be in trouble if we overtake the Holy Maiden tribe and let them be the first to enter the secret realm. Take them down. The people present were not afraid of the Holy Maiden tribe. Moreover, it was such a critical moment. Several skills were thrown at the flying tiger. The Holy Maiden frowned. She was not the first. Why were the people behind her attacking them? What was the point of attacking second if they did not attack first? Of course, the others did not think so. The first position was too far away. Moreover, the Holy Maiden tribe was powerful. If they were allowed to enter the secret realm first and set up a powerful formation, it would not be good news. Holy Shield. The Holy Maiden raised one hand and set up a light shield behind the flying tiger, blocking the attack. Desolate Heaven Palm, soft fingers. The Holy Maiden used a skill. Her fingers turned into giant vines and pounced on the team behind her. The opponent clearly had a strong person who resolved the Holy Maiden's attack. Before they even entered the entrance, they had already started fighting. The Holy Maiden tribe was not the only one fighting. There were more than 100 teams behind them. It was like 1,000 sails racing against each other. They chased each other and kept exchanging skills. Luchan looked at the scene behind him and could not help but be shocked. Fortunately, he had found the entrance in advance. If he was mixed with these guys, it would not be easy to take first place in such a chaotic battle. Not far ahead was the entrance to the black hole. Shuang Ling, the moment we enter, activate the formation. Luchan opened his eyes wide. When the dragon head entered the black hole, Shuang Ling shouted, "Ice Mirror Illusion, activate." Chapter 640. The Saintly Virgin tribe had been slowed down by the others. 4 minutes later, 4 or 5 teams rushed into the Ice Mirror Illusion Array. The entrance could no longer be seen, and the surroundings were frozen. Many shadows were reflected on the smooth ice walls. The road was unclear, and many teams suddenly appeared around them. The experts naturally knew that they had rushed into someone else's illusion array. Damn it, that guy actually set up an array outside the entrance. He had already found the entrance. I was careless. I thought he knew he was weak and avoided the competition. Who knew that this guy was so insidious and had been acting all along? Not good. This array seems to be difficult to crack. As more and more people rushed into the illusion array, more and more reflections appeared in the array, making it harder to distinguish between the real and the fake. The Saintly Virgin was also angered by Luchan. It would take at least an hour to break this formation, especially when there were so many enemies around. Solipsistic, you're really ruthless. You don't give us any face at all. In this secret realm, you actually set up such a complicated array. You want to monopolize the treasures in the tomb of the god of sin. The Saintly Virgin suddenly said loudly, "Everyone, please stop fighting. Now that we are all trapped in the illusion array, it's already very difficult to break it. If we continue to kill each other, I don't know how long it will take to get out. By then, I'm afraid that guy will have already looted the tomb of the god of sin." Everyone stopped as well. Let's break the array first. We haven't even entered the tomb of the god of sin. So what if we win? Okay, let's stop first. Whoever attacks again is a coward. Let's split up and find the array core. Everyone, hurry up. Luchan didn't expect that their illusion array would make these mortal enemies friends for a short time. Luchan and Shuang Ling rushed into the tomb of the god of sin. Brother Quang, do we still need to set up an ice mirror illusion array at the entrance? Luchan shook his head. No need. If they can break the ice mirror illusion array, you can set up another one and break it quickly. This group of people is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A small array can only delay them slightly. The effect is not obvious. Since we can't completely stop them, let's hurry up and explore this place. Shuangling thought for a moment and sprinkled a piece of ice at the entrance. Brother Quang, if someone comes in, I will sense it. Luchan nodded. Naturally, it would be best if he could obtain information about his opponent. Luchan originally thought that since the entrance was in the air, then the mystic realm was also an aerial mystic realm. However, after entering the mystic realm, he discovered that the divine tomb not far in front of him was actually an underground palace. Heaven's Eye. After activating his third eye, Lu Chun discovered that a large amount of spiritual qi was pouring into the pitch-black entrance of the underground palace. Something is absorbing spiritual energy. After so many years, I don't know what it has become. Xuangling, be careful. Xuangling took a deep breath. Ice armor. Lu Chun and Xuangling were instantly covered with a layer of ice armor. Brother Quang, the ice armor can resist most physical attacks and is immune to water, wood, and dark elemental attacks. However, you have to be careful when you encounter other attacks. Lu Chun finally realized that Xuangling was truly a powerful support magician. Now is not the time to praise Xuangling. The two of them carefully walked towards the entrance of the underground palace. In front of the underground palace stood a stone tablet, Tomb of the Divine King. Robbers must die. This was a warning to tomb robbers. Many tombs had it, but it was obviously not a deterrent. As they entered the underground palace, many torches lit up in the divine tomb, illuminating the entire underground palace. As soon as they entered, Lu Chun and the others were faced with three paths. Lu Chun did not know which one to take. Xuangling released 3 fluorescent insects, which flew towards the 3 paths. Xuangling, what are those? Lu Chun asked. Brother Quang, these are frost worms raised by the Frost Clan. They are considered a type of elemental spirit. Your heavens I can't see through things or turn around. Let them scout for us. Let's wait for a while. They will be back soon. Soon, 2 frost worms flew back. Xuangling released them again. Brother Quang, 2 of the paths lead to dead ends. Let's take the last one. Although dead ends might not necessarily have nothing, the best things must be in the deepest part of the divine tomb. Lu Chun opened his heavens eye at the same time. Sure enough, the spirit energy was moving towards the path Xuangling had eliminated. I think the last treasure is guarded by something terrifying. Lu Chun took a deep breath. Let's go. After walking for a short distance, Lu Chun found that the 3 frost worms had stopped and were unwilling to fly forward. There's a trap. Xuangling immediately said. Let me try. Xuangling raised her hands and erected an ice wall in front of the corridor. Suddenly, countless fine silver needles shot out from the surrounding walls. The needles were very thin. In Lu Chun's heaven's eye, they looked like thin lines. There were so many of them that they were densely packed. No wonder the frost worms were unwilling to go over. Even though their bodies were small, there was no way they could safely pass through such a dense attack. Xuangling sensed and said, It's a physical attack from 200 meters away. The frost armor can block it. Brother Quang, let's hurry over. Xuangling put away the frost worms and took the lead to step into the range of the trap. Lu Chun followed closely behind. The silver needles covered the sky and covered the earth. The frost armor was hit, and icicles flew everywhere. At this intensity, even the frost armor couldn't withstand it. However, Lu Chun noticed that the icicles that flew out of the frost armor were quickly absorbed back into the frost armor to fill in the gaps. So, it's relying on spirit energy to control and continuously reconstruct the frost armor. That's why I can block these silver needles. If I didn't have such a high physical defense shield like the frost armor, if I wanted to pass through here, only seamless displacement would be effective. After safely passing through the first trap, Xuangling released the frost worms again. The frost worms quickly sent back news that there was a fork in the road ahead. At the end of the fork in the road, there was a coffin. A coffin? Lu Chun frowned slightly. Let's take a look. When he arrived in front of the coffin with the ice worm, Lu Chun was shocked. This place was too big. This coffin was still considered normal. It was about 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. It was slightly bigger than an ordinary human coffin. However, the ground under the coffin had strange runes drawn on it. The rune array was circular, and the radius of the rune array was 100 meters. In the 8 directions of the rune array, there were 8 dried corpses. Bai Zhe, Nine-tailed, Di Jiang, the mutated beast Ba, the mutated beast Ho, the mutated beast Tengu, the mutated beast Bai Fong, and the dried corpse of the mutated beast Sheng Yu. This the corpse of a divine beast. In other words, these dried corpses are the true bodies of the divine beasts. Xuangling was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Lucha nodded. Remnant souls wouldn't become dried corpses. In the game, players' bodies wouldn't become dried corpses either. Only the real body could become like this. The owner of the tomb of the god of sin is really extravagant. He used these mutated beasts as dried corpses to guard the coffin. No, what's in this coffin isn't the corpse of the owner of the tomb of the god of sin. Maybe it's just his subordinates. That's already so extravagant. Xuangling, step back. I'll go see what's in the coffin. Big Brother Kuang, be careful. This seems to be the 8-beast coffin guard. Lu Chen nodded and carefully walked to the coffin in the center of the rune array. Chapter 641. This coffin was clearly unusual. Lu Chun activated the blood sacrifice shield, took out Limitless Sword, inserted it into the gap of the coffin, and pried open the coffin lid. The moment the coffin lid was lifted, a large amount of black mist poured out from the coffin. Lu Chun quickly retreated. Xuangling reacted quickly and pushed out her palms. Ice prison. The coffin was instantly sealed in ice. However, the black mist continued to pour out, filling the entire ice shield until the entire ice prison was filled with black mist. Big Brother Kuang, what is that black mist? Xuangling hurried over. Lu Chen frowned. I don't know either, but it doesn't seem like it's attacking me. Xuangling, can you open a hole in the ice prison? I want to see where the black mist is going. Xuangling nodded, took out her long sword, and tapped on the ice prison. A small hole as thin as a needle appeared in the prison. The black mist had a way out and quickly poured out of the hole. Lu Chen's guess was correct. The black mist didn't go after Lu Chun and Xuangling. Instead, it rushed into the depths of the tunnel. Let's take a look at the ice prison. Xuang Wu removed the ice prison, and a large amount of black mist poured out, all of it rushing into the depths of the tunnel. Not long after, there was no more black mist in the coffin. Lu Chun pried open the lid of the coffin. A corpse lay in the coffin. Its clothes were tattered, and its bones were incomplete. It was impossible to tell what race it was when it was alive. In front of its chest, there was a strange metal block. Lu Chen picked it up. The system gave him the item's information. Bone core, immortal grade, extremely rare core material for synthesis. Immortal grade synthesis material? Lu Chun had never seen it before. With the treasure in hand, Lu Chun and Xuangling looked at each other and smiled. They didn't even need to fight. They got off to a good start. Their luck was pretty good. When Lu Chun put away the bone core, the 8 beast corpses around them suddenly fell limp, as if someone had extracted their bones. We've only just entered the divine tomb, and we can already get an immortal grade synthesis material. Xuangling, we have to speed up. Yes. Rhubarb, you come out too. Follow behind the frostworms. Lu Chen summoned Rhubarb. At first, he was worried that there would be too many traps in the tomb of the god of sin. Now that he had confirmed the abilities of the frostworm, Lu Chen could also release Rhubarb. Big Brother Kuang, is this also your battle pet? Xuangling asked curiously. No, Rhubarb doesn't know how to fight, but when it comes to treasure hunting, Rhubarb is definitely the best. Big Yellow was definitely the king of treasure hunting, as it was able to get out of the whirlpool just by finding treasure chests. With a flick of frost silk, Rhubarb was also equipped with frost armor. The two of them continued to explore the tomb of the god of sin. They found dozens of coffins, as well as some immortal-grade synthesis materials, forging materials, and puppet core materials. Those materials were all extremely rare. Although Lu Chun didn't pay much attention to materials, Lu Chen had seen too many of them in the Empyrean Sect store, the market held during the League of Legends, the exchange store in the Mercenary City, and even the items sold in the Holy Virgin Tribe. In the past, he would occasionally see immortal-grade materials, but he had never seen any immortal-grade core materials for sale. Core materials were the most critical and most difficult to obtain for certain synthesis recipes. During the past half an hour, Lu Chun had obtained more than 50 immortal-grade materials, which was a shocking harvest. If he were to sell those materials, he would be able to get a lot of resources. Tomb raiding is indeed a way to make a fortune, Lu Chun exclaimed. But the strange thing is I thought that there would be a lot of monsters in the tomb of the god of sin. Are the treasures here all taken so easily? Those coffins took up a large area and were guarded by various divine beasts and strange beasts. In the end, they only emitted some black gas and had no other protective measures. Shuang Ling said, "Maybe the treasures here are the worst." Lu Chun nodded. That was a possibility. The tomb of the god of sin seemed to be very big. Now that they were in the outermost area, the treasures they obtained must be the worst. The immortal-grade core materials were the worst treasures. What better treasures could there be in there? Lu Chun suddenly became interested. At that moment, Shuang Ling suddenly said, "Someone else has entered the tomb of the god of sin." I didn't expect them to break the ice mirror illusion array so quickly. Lu Chun frowned. Competitors had appeared. Let's hurry up and follow the direction of the black gas. At that moment, the people of the Holy Virgin tribe rushed into the secret realm. As soon as they entered the secret realm, they were on full alert, wary of the solipsistic sect's traps at the entrance. However, they soon found that the entrance was empty. They had been in for more than half an hour. Don't worry about the people behind. Catch up with them. The Holy Virgin ordered and led the team into the tomb of the god of sin. Following that, more teams rushed in. This group of people tacitly stopped wasting time to set up traps. They had been left behind by a lot. Now, the time to delay was not to prevent the people behind from entering the tomb of the god of sin, but to catch up with the solipsistic sect as soon as possible. Damn it, those two guys had gotten so much. Hurry, catch up with them. If we can meet them, it's not a loss to steal their treasures. Group after group of powerhouses rushed into the entrance of the tomb of the god of sin. The battle for the tomb of the god of sin had officially begun. 5 minutes later, the Holy Virgin and the others found the first coffin. At this time, it was a mess. The coffin in the center of the array had been pried open, and the 8 beast corpses around it had turned into powder. The Holy Virgin frowned. They have been here. Hurry, look down. Give up on these small tombs. Whether they have searched these places or not, the treasures are not the best. Go straight to the main road on the 2nd floor. Yes, the Holy Virgin's thoughts were clear. If they wanted to catch up with the solipsistic sect, they had to give up on these small tombs. Holy Virgin, the spirit detector has detected traces of spiritual energy flow here. The type of spiritual energy is death, aura. They passed by here about half an hour ago. The Holy Virgin nodded. Continue tracking. If they can find the entrance in advance, they must have a way to track the flow of spiritual energy. As long as we follow the flow of spiritual energy, we can catch up with them. Although the other teams have been shaken off by Lu Chen's group, there was an advantage to being at the back. They could see the traps that Lu Chen had triggered. Just like the silver needles from before, there were a lot of silver needles scattered on the ground. There were also the remains of the ice wall, so it was easy to identify. In addition, Lu Chen's group had explored dozens of small tombs before. Although they did not waste time fighting, they still needed to draw out the black aura to get the treasures. In this way, Lu Chen's group's advantage was not enough to let them rest easy. Lu Chen was also very clear about this point. Now, he had given up on exploring the small tombs and went straight to tracking the death aura. No matter how many small objects there were, they could not compare to the best treasures. Woof, woof, woof. Rhubarb told Lu Chen that there were treasures on the left side of the road. Lu Chen marked the location on his personal map. If those guys are bent on catching up with us, maybe we can find some treasures when we come back. Brother Kwong, it seems to be the entrance to the 2nd floor. Lu Chen nodded. The 2nd floor, be careful. Lu Chen held the limitless sword in his hand as he roared. Great Ravager sweep. Fighting these ghostly shadows, Lu Chun actually directly used the 6 divine transformations. Under God Level 6, the damage of thunder elemental attacks will be doubled. Lu Chun converted normal spirit chi attacks into thunder elemental attacks and could obtain the effect of doubling thunder elemental attacks, increasing the damage by another level. A large amount of sword chi swept out, and wherever it passed, the ghostly shadows were instantly killed. However, they quickly revived and created even more ghostly shadows. There were more than 10,000 ghostly shadows, and their HP had increased from a few million to 30 to 40 million now. Lu Chun was also a little unable to farm anymore, and there was not enough time. Frost Damask. Frost Damask hurriedly activated her skill. Ice Shackle, cold of heaven and earth. With a boom, all the water vapor in the air instantly solidified and connected. The entire area was directly frozen. In this frozen world, countless ghostly shadows bared their fangs and brandished their claws as if they were about to break out of the ice. Lu Chun pulled Frost Damask and led Rhubarb through this area quickly, hiding in the dark. 5 minutes later, a group of familiar figures entered the second floor as expected. The people from the Saintly Virgin tribe had already chased them here. The two of them were just a few minutes apart. Just as they arrived at the second floor, they were attracted by the huge ice wall in front of them that almost completely blocked the entrance. And what's this? There are so many undead sealed inside. It's Solipsistic and the rest who did it. At this moment, another group of people came to the second floor. This group of people was about 7 or 8 people, and the leader was a middle-aged demon. He glanced at the people from his Saintly Virgin tribe and snorted coldly. We still caught up to them, but soon they also noticed the ice wall. This ice wall was left behind by the first person who entered the tomb of the god of sin. The spiritual energy flow is clear, and the surrounding spiritual energy is active. It seems that they just passed through here not long ago. Ha! We finally caught up to that kid. Lu Chun and Frost Damask hid in the dark and quietly observed. At this time, there were already 2 groups of people passing through the ice shackle, and the third group had already come down from the first floor. Frost Damask, it's now. Release the seal. The ice wall instantly shattered into countless pieces of ice. Coupled with the fact that the ghostly shadows inside never gave up struggling, the hundreds of meters of ice wall instantly shattered into ice shards. More than 10,000 ghostly shadows regained their freedom. It was impossible for them to find Lu Chun and Frost Damask, but they could find the Saintly Virgin and the rest. This is the seal was released in advance. Solipsistic and the rest are nearby. Damn it, this guy actually tricked us. What a sinister guy. Not good. These ghostly shadows will revive after being killed, and their numbers and strength will increase. We can only trap them. But they found out too late. Lu Chun had only encountered about 10 ghostly shadows in the beginning, and each of them only had a few million HP. Now that they were in the middle of tens of thousands of ghostly shadows, it was easier said than done to seal all of them in one go. Some of them had even been hit. Not good. Their attacks have strong corrosion. Chongshan, one of them saw that his companion's arm was rapidly eroding, and the corrosion was still spreading upward. He raised his sword and directly chopped off his companion's entire arm. These 3 groups were all experts. Logically speaking, they should be able to control the situation quickly. But unfortunately, more and more groups entered here. They had just come down and did not know anything. Naturally, they would kill the ghostly shadows when they saw them. As a result, there were more and more ghostly shadows, and they were getting stronger and stronger. The strongest ghostly shadow's HP had already exceeded 200 to 300 million. The entire entrance to the second floor was a mess. A large number of people were attacked by the ghostly shadows. If they did not amputate their limbs in time, their lives would be in danger. Lu Chun did not expect that the unremarkable ghostly shadows would gradually become so strong. However, his plan had worked. The ghostly shadows could trap this group of people for a while. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Hey, I told you not to kill the ghostly shadows. Don't you understand? Think of a way to control the ghostly shadows. The more we kill, the stronger they get. If we continue to kill, we will really be killed by the ghostly shadows. The people behind, don't kill the ghostly shadows. Damn, I'm going crazy. The current situation was somewhat out of control. The number of ghostly shadows had reached hundreds of thousands. Even though there were countless experts here, facing so many ghostly shadows, they were also exhausted. Solipsistic. You despicable person, don't let me find you. It's that person who tricked us? This guy is too despicable. I want to kill him. Shuang Ling could not help but look at Lu Chun, Brother Quang. They seem to be very angry. Lu Chun smiled. What's there to be afraid of? Let them play with the ghostly shadows. Let's continue. Let's go. This time, we'll go directly to the most important treasure. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.